The air in the court was thick with whispers and tension. Nobles walked the halls of Whitehall Palace with eyes darting, uneasy glances exchanged, as if the walls themselves might reveal the secrets they murmured. King Henry VIII's throne was gilded with England's power, yet that power felt as fragile as a house of cards, teetering on a thin promise, the hope for an heir. For 2 decades, Catherine of Aragon had been England's queen, a figure of virtue and piety, but as she grew older, her failure to produce a living son had become a shadow, looming over all of England. The country's prosperity hung in the balance. Without a son, there was no clear line of succession, and the fear was that upon Henry's death, the Tudor dynasty, only recently established by Henry's father, would fall into ruin. The last civil war, the Wars of the Roses, was still a raw memory, and the old noble families remembered too well the bloodshed and division that tore the country apart in the absence of a strong king. And so, within the courtyards and chambers, within the words left unspoken, Henry's courtiers shared a common dread. If the king failed to secure a legitimate male heir, the risk of civil war was not just a threat, it was almost a certainty. Henry himself was tormented by the ghosts of the past. He remembered his father's stories of the wars that had plagued the land for decades, ending only when the Tudors emerged as the nation's rulers. It was the hard-won peace his family had established that Henry knew could shatter upon his death. The weight of his own lineage pressed upon him, heavier each year as the anxieties over Catherine's failure to bear a son grew harder to ignore. The king's focus had turned toward the religious rituals he believed would bring him favor from God. Every day, he prayed fervently, pleading for divine intervention, for the son he believed would fulfill his destiny. But fate had not been kind, and one by one, his hopes were dashed by miscarriages, stillbirths, and the cruel survival of only his daughter, Princess Mary. She was a bright child, intelligent and strong, but a daughter nonetheless. In the eyes of the court, Mary was insufficient. England's nobles looked at her with a mixture of sympathy and concern, for a woman ruling England would make the kingdom vulnerable to foreign threats, marriages that could dissolve allegiances, and the risk of rival factions vying for power. The whispers in the court began to grow louder, echoing the fears of the people who lay their lives and hopes upon Henry's shoulders. Some whispered that perhaps the Queen had been cursed, that her previous marriage to Henry's elder brother Arthur had tainted her union with Henry. But others speculated, quietly, that this might be the king's own failing, a failing that England might pay for dearly if no solution was found. Through all of this, Catherine held her head high, her pride as unwavering as her faith. But even she could sense the shifting undercurrents. In her quietest moments, she could feel the court's gaze on her, questioning her purpose and her position. Her inability to give Henry a son left her vulnerable, as rumors and gossip slowly eroded her once unbreakable position beside the king. Every child lost, every prayer unanswered, only served to make her more desperate in her own beliefs, and she clung to her marriage as her last thread of power. Yet within this court of apprehensive loyalty, a figure watched from the shadows, a man who understood both the fragility of power and the ruthless ambition that kept him alive. Thomas Cromwell was a commoner by birth, raised among the traders and blacksmiths, far from the royal palace. Yet he had risen, through intelligence and will, to the threshold of power. To Cromwell, fear of succession and courtly gossip meant opportunity. He could see the cracks in the kingdom's foundation, and he understood how they could be leveraged to his advantage. As Henry grew more desperate, Cromwell sensed that the king would go to any lengths to achieve his goal. He was a man who took what he wanted, and Cromwell knew that he could be the one to help him do it. All he needed was the king's ear, and the right time to whisper the words that could change England forever. The burden of an heirless throne was not one that could be borne for much longer. And as the whispers grew, Cromwell quietly prepared himself, waiting for his chance to step into the fray. Thomas Cromwell knew hardship from the beginning. He was born in Putney, on the grimy banks of the Thames, far removed from the polished finery of London's courts. His father, Walter, was a violent man with a reputation as notorious as his tavern. Cromwell's early years were a mix of survival and ambition. He was no stranger to bruises, to scraps, and to the relentless grind of poverty. But he was also no stranger to learning, and he was keen to climb beyond the limits of his birth. As a young man, Cromwell fled his father's brutality and set out to make a new life for himself. He wandered, finding work as a soldier in Italy and as a merchant in Antwerp. His time abroad sharpened his wits and honed his resilience. He watched the great powers of Europe, the popes, the princes, and the bankers, and absorbed their tactics like a sponge. He learned languages and soaked in the intricacies of trade, finance, and law. In Italy, he discovered Machiavelli and the principles of power that would shape him for life. By the time he returned to England, he was a man transformed, equipped with the tools to make himself indispensable. When he arrived back in England, he entered the world of law, not as a nobleman or a scholar but as a man who could navigate the sharp edges of contracts and disputes. He became known for his knowledge of statutes and his uncanny ability to solve problems others found impossible. This earned him a reputation in London circles as a reliable man, one who could turn any setback into advantage. It was his legal skill that first brought him into the orbit of Thomas Wolsey, the powerful and ambitious Cardinal and Lord Chancellor to King Henry VIII. Wolsey was a master strategist, second only to the king, and he recognized in Cromwell the same cunning and ruthlessness he prized in himself. Under Wolsey's wing, Cromwell thrived. He became Wolsey's fixer, his trusted man for sensitive tasks. Whether it was acquiring lands for the cardinal's grand colleges or handling thorny diplomatic issues, Cromwell approached each assignment with a precision and pragmatism that impressed even his skeptical peers. Despite his growing power, Cromwell was an outsider in Wolsey's world. The nobles who circled the king viewed him with suspicion. To them, he was a low-born man, a figure who had no right to reach beyond his station. Yet Cromwell rarely wasted energy on their disdain. He knew his value lay in his mind and in his ability to see the world as it was, not as noble tradition wished it to be. He used his knowledge of human nature, his skill with language, and his unyielding focus to gain the cardinal's trust, all while keeping his ambitions quiet but firmly intact. But in 1529, disaster struck. Wolsey, who had been the king's closest confidant for years, fell from grace when he failed to secure the Pope's annulment of Henry's marriage to Catherine of Aragon. The cardinal was stripped of his titles and sent into disgrace, and his former allies scattered, fearing Henry's wrath. For many in Wolsey's circle, the fall of the cardinal meant an end to their own careers, a forced retreat to minor roles or exile. Not Cromwell. In those uncertain days, Cromwell saw an opportunity to step directly into the king's service. He did what others wouldn't dare. He made his way to Henry's court with the offer of his services. It was a bold, almost reckless move, for the king was not known for his patience with men who once served those he had cast aside. Yet Cromwell knew he had something Henry needed. He was the man who had once run the most complicated parts of Wolsey's operations, the man who could get things done. He presented himself as a loyal servant, a man who could see through Henry's great matter, the annulment of his marriage and his pursuit of Anne Boleyn, which had eluded the former cardinal, Henry, who valued intelligence almost as much as loyalty, took note of Cromwell's sharp mind and his tenacious loyalty to Wolsey, even in disgrace. Here was a man, Henry realized, who understood loyalty to a fault but who was also cunning enough to turn that loyalty to new causes when the time came. It was a quality that intrigued Henry, and he offered Cromwell a place among his advisors. For Cromwell, this was a leap beyond even his own boldest ambitions. In a matter of months, he went from being Wolsey's right hand to becoming the man who whispered advice to the king himself. He began working his way into the heart of Henry's political operations, handling legal disputes, negotiating with nobles, and positioning himself as a reformer willing to break the hold of tradition and open England to new possibilities. At court, Cromwell was an oddity, a man of common birth among the blue-blooded nobility. Yet he never sought their favor. Instead, he learned to read them as he had read the traders and soldiers in his younger years. He saw through their ambitions, their fears, and their desperate attempts to cling to power. Cromwell saw the court for what it was, a battlefield where alliances shifted and where survival depended on loyalty to the most volatile man in the kingdom, and so, Cromwell established himself as Henry's trusted, if unconventional, servant. He understood that Henry was a man driven by both passion and pride. If Cromwell could provide Henry with what he desired, he could secure his own position and, perhaps, reshape England itself. From the shadows of Putney to the halls of Whitehall, Cromwell had climbed farther than anyone could have predicted. And now, he stood ready, a low-born lawyer in the inner circle of power, equipped with the tools to help Henry break the chains of his marriage and win the kingdom he dreamed of. For Thomas Cromwell, the journey was far from over. It was only just beginning. Henry VIII paced the length of his chamber, frustration boiling beneath his regal composure. The room was grand, adorned with tapestries and symbols of English might, but in that moment, it felt like a prison. For 20 years, he had reigned as England's king, yet in his heart, he feared his legacy was slipping from his grasp. He was 35 now, and his queen, Catherine of Aragon, could no longer bear children. The reality gnawed at him, an unyielding reminder of his failure to secure a male heir. In the quiet of his private moments, Henry often found himself haunted by the specters of England's past. The Wars of the Roses were still a fresh memory for many nobles, and Henry's father, Henry VII, had clawed his way to the throne only after years of bloodshed. Henry had grown up with tales of betrayal and fractured loyalties, of families torn apart by the quest for power. His own right to the throne had been secured by his father's strength and political alliances. And Henry knew that without a son, his lineage, his legacy, could dissolve into the same chaos. His daughter, Mary, was precious to him, but she was no substitute for a son. England needed stability, and to Henry's mind, only a male heir could provide it. Each time he looked upon his wife, Catherine, a wave of conflicting emotions surged within him. She was dignified, devout, and endlessly loyal. She had been by his side through the early years of his reign, sharing in his triumphs and his troubles. Once, he had loved her deeply, a love bolstered by the promise of a prosperous future. But now, all he saw when he looked at her was a dead end, a marriage that could no longer fulfill its purpose. She had given him sons, but all had died in infancy, leaving Mary as the only child who survived. His advisors assured him that the lack of a male heir was not his fault, yet the nagging doubt remained. Why had God chosen to deny him a son? Frustration often led Henry to question the very foundation of his marriage. He had wed Catherine only after a special dispensation from the Pope, for she had been married briefly to his older brother, Arthur, who had died young. The idea had haunted him at first, the fear that God was punishing him for marrying his brother's widow, a union that the Bible itself seemed to forbid. But back then, his love for Catherine and his faith in the Pope's blessing had been enough to silence his doubts. Now, however, those doubts returned, fed by years of disappointment. Could it be that their marriage was cursed? That, in his defiance of divine law, he had condemned himself and his kingdom? He knew he needed an heir, and he needed one soon. His mind raced over the possibilities, but every answer seemed blocked. The Pope, after all, held the power to grant or deny annulments, and Pope Clement VII was currently a prisoner of Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor, who was also Catherine's nephew. An annulment would humiliate Catherine, and by extension, insult Charles. Henry was acutely aware that his wife was not just any woman but a Spanish princess, linked to one of the most powerful families in Europe. Charles would never stand idly by and watch his aunt cast aside, yet Henry was desperate. His thoughts often turned to Anne Boleyn, the clever, dark-eyed lady of the court who had recently caught his eye. Unlike many others, Anne did not rush to yield to his advances. She played the game of courtly affection with skill, keeping Henry's interest without surrendering. And understood him, he thought. She was vivacious, ambitious, and daring enough to challenge him subtly. And more than that, she represented a chance for something new, a chance for Henry to be reborn, to start afresh. If Anne became his wife, he was certain that she would give him the son he needed. The possibility of a new marriage, a new queen, a new heir, these thoughts became an obsession, but he was trapped. As long as the Pope withheld his blessing, his marriage to Catherine remained unbreakable, bound by the laws of the Church. Even his most trusted advisors were hesitant to support him in seeking an annulment, fearing the political consequences. Rumors circulated that the king's advisors, his nobles, even some of his bishops, were beginning to question his judgment. For a man as proud and resolute as Henry, it was an unbearable situation, to be thwarted not only by the Pope but by his own subjects. The frustration was almost too much to bear. He knew that, in the eyes of God, a king was anointed and chosen, a ruler whose authority was beyond question. Yet here he was, his hands tied by an ancient law and a distant pope. It was becoming clearer to him by the day that, if no one could give him the annulment he sought, he would have to take it by force, no matter the cost. His thoughts lingered on Thomas Cromwell, a man he had only recently come to know, but who had already begun to impress him. Cromwell was clever, resourceful, and, perhaps most importantly, fearless when it came to challenging the old ways. Where other advisors hesitated, Cromwell was bold. Henry sensed in him a kindred spirit, a man unafraid of breaking barriers. Perhaps, he thought, this man could help him do what no one else dared. Henry stopped pacing, his eyes fixed on the tapestry of his ancestors, the kings who had secured England's throne with blood and will. He would not be the one to lose it. With or without the Pope, with or without the blessing of Europe, he would find a way to secure his line. One way or another, England would have an heir. Thomas Cromwell stood before the king, his expression carefully composed, his thoughts calculating. He knew this was the moment he'd been waiting for, a chance to show Henry that he could offer what no one else could, a solution to his great matter. While others faltered in the face of papal authority and the daunting alliance of European powers, Cromwell saw an opening, a way for Henry to take control of his destiny and sever the bonds of his marriage to Catherine of Aragon without the Pope's permission. The air in the chamber was tense as Henry fixed his gaze on Cromwell, waiting for him to speak. The king had begun to grow weary of timid advisers who only wrung their hands over his marriage dilemma. Cromwell sensed that Henry needed more than empty reassurances. He needed a clear path forward, no matter how radical it seemed. And Cromwell, with his pragmatic approach to power and willingness to defy tradition, was just the man to deliver it. "Your Majesty," Cromwell began, his voice steady, "the Pope has tied your hands, and he has refused to grant an annulment. Rome's allegiance is not with England but with the Holy Roman Emperor, Catherine's nephew. The Pope, in captivity or not, will not go against him." Henry's face darkened, his frustration simmering. Cromwell continued, "But there is another way. If Rome will not recognize the justice of your cause, then perhaps England need not look to Rome at all." Henry frowned, the concept still too foreign to absorb. "You speak of severing ties with the Holy See," he said slowly, testing the words. "How can England stand apart from the Church, from the very foundation of Christendom?" Cromwell nodded, anticipating Henry's resistance. "Your Majesty, England would not be the first. Across Europe, there are men who have questioned the Pope's authority. You have heard of Martin Luther, no doubt, a man who dared to challenge Rome's doctrines, who argued that true authority comes from Scripture, not from the Pope. His ideas are spreading, and many in Germany have already rejected Rome's hold." Henry's expression turned wary. "I am no heretic," he said sharply, as though the very suggestion left a foul taste. "I have defended the faith against Luther. The Pope himself named me Defender of the Faith. You know this." Cromwell raised his hands, his demeanor soothing. "Indeed, Your Majesty. No one questions your devotion to the true faith. I am not suggesting you follow Luther's path, no. What I propose is an independent church, an English church, one still rooted in Christian faith, but with you, the king, as its supreme head. In this way, you could grant yourself the annulment you so justly deserve. The English bishops could be brought to see reason. The authority to decide the future of England would be yours alone." Henry's eyes gleamed as the idea began to take hold. "An English church," he murmured, the concept at once shocking and thrilling. To rule not only his subjects but his own church, a church where he alone could make the laws, free from papal meddling, free from Charles's threats. The thought was intoxicating, an idea that promised absolute control, an empire without chains. But the risks were high. The Pope, the Emperor, all of Europe would see such a move as an act of defiance. Cromwell saw Henry's hesitation and pressed on, his voice carrying a quiet intensity. "Think of it, Your Majesty. England would no longer be bound by foreign decrees, no longer beholden to a distant pope who has never set foot on English soil. You would be England's highest authority, anointed not only by tradition but by God Himself. With such power, you would be able to secure your kingdom, your legacy, and the future of your line." Henry was silent, his mind racing. Cromwell had tapped into something deep within him, a yearning for absolute sovereignty that had always been a part of his nature. He had suffered too long under the constraints of Rome, bending to a pope who held his fate in hand while granting Catherine and her family the security of his marriage, but the people, Henry said, his voice uncertain. The people of England have followed Rome all their lives. How would they accept such a change? "Your Majesty," Cromwell replied, "the people are loyal to you. They trust in your wisdom. And they know the importance of an heir, they fear a kingdom without a king just as much as you do. They want a stable England, a secure future. If you lead them, they will follow." Henry leaned forward, his eyes narrowing as he saw the path laid before him. It was ambitious, even revolutionary, but it was the only way to achieve his aim without waiting for the Pope's permission or bowing to European powers. "And the bishops?" he asked. "Will they support this vision?" Cromwell allowed himself a small smile. "Leave the bishops to me, Your Majesty. They will see the wisdom of it, many already do. There are those within the clergy who resent Rome's constant demands, the wealth drained by foreign priests, the endless tithes. With your support, they will bend." Henry sat back, his mind brimming with possibilities. An English church, with him as its supreme leader. A path to annul his marriage, to take Anne as his queen, and to father a legitimate son who would secure his legacy. He would be not only king but head of his own realm in every sense, able to shape its future by his hand alone. Cromwell watched as Henry's expression transformed from doubt to determination, his eyes gleaming with a new sense of purpose. The king's resolve solidified, the weight of indecision falling away. This was what Cromwell had waited for, a king who would act, who would reshape the world as they knew it. And with each decision Henry made, Cromwell's influence would grow, his own ambitions entwined with the king's. A new vision, Henry murmured, more to himself than to Cromwell, his voice low and resolute. "An England free of Rome's chains." Cromwell inclined his head. "An England that answers only to you, Your Majesty." The king rose from his seat, a new confidence radiating from him. His gaze met Cromwell's, his voice firm. "Then we shall begin, Thomas. Tell me what is required to make this vision a reality." Cromwell bowed, a thin smile on his lips. "Leave the details to me, Your Majesty. Together, we shall build an England unlike any before it." As Henry's plan for an independent English church began to take shape, it wasn't long before opposition emerged from every corner. Although he held a vision of England free from Rome's control, the path to realizing it would not be smooth. Across the kingdom, powerful forces were gathering to resist Henry's ambitions. The church, the nobility, foreign powers, and even members of his own court harbored doubts and fears about the break with Rome and the king's new, unchecked authority. The clergy were the first to react. For centuries, the English Church had been an integral part of the Roman Catholic hierarchy, with bishops and archbishops loyal to the Pope and his decrees. Now, Henry's insistence on annulling his marriage without Rome's approval struck at the very heart of their allegiance. Many bishops were horrified by the idea of breaking away from the Pope, whom they regarded as the vicar of Christ. To defy him would, in their minds, be an act of heresy and rebellion against God himself. Led by figures like Bishop Fisher, the churchmen of England raised their voices in protest. Fisher, a staunch defender of Queen Catherine and a man of unwavering principle, warned Henry that a break from Rome would throw England into moral and spiritual ruin. "Your Majesty," Fisher cautioned, "the Pope is the earthly representative of God's will. If we deny him, we deny our faith. This path you follow may bring your kingdom to the brink of damnation." His words echoed the fears of many others in the clergy, who saw themselves as guardians of England's spiritual well-being. Catherine of Aragon's allies, too, were quick to react. The Spanish queen, humiliated by Henry's treatment and unwavering in her own conviction, refused to accept any annulment not sanctioned by the Pope. With quiet dignity, she defended her marriage and her daughter Mary's rightful place in the succession, rallying support among her loyal followers at court. Catherine's resolve strengthened the opposition. Her piety and unshakable faith inspired sympathy from nobles and commoners alike, who saw her as a wronged queen who would not bend to Henry's whims. Meanwhile, in Europe, Henry's defiance was seen as both a scandal and a provocation. Charles V, Holy Roman Emperor and nephew to Catherine, was deeply insulted by the way Henry sought to discard his aunt. As the most powerful ruler in Europe, Charles was well positioned to influence the Pope, and he made it clear that he would stand against any action that would disgrace his family. Word reached England that Charles was willing to go to great lengths to ensure Catherine's honor and to prevent Henry from setting a dangerous precedent that could undermine Catholic unity. European courts buzzed with talk of the English heresy and of Henry's dangerous ambition. If he followed through with his plans, England risked becoming isolated, its alliances shattered. At Henry's own court, resistance simmered among his most trusted advisors. Many who had loyally served him for years found themselves torn between their loyalty to their king and their duty to their faith. Sir Thomas More, Henry's chancellor and a deeply devout Catholic, felt the weight of this conflict more than anyone. A man known for his piety and moral integrity, More could not support the king's rejection of papal authority. Though he remained outwardly loyal, More's silence on the matter spoke volumes. In private, he confided to those he trusted that he could not, in good conscience, endorse Henry's plan. "I am the king's servant," he told his friends, "but God's first." Other nobles were concerned about the practical consequences of such a drastic move. The break with Rome would mean more than just a religious shift, it would likely bring economic consequences. with trade routes and alliances disrupted. England's stability relied on its connections to European markets, many of which were controlled by Catholic allies. The aristocracy feared that Henry's actions could undermine their wealth and standing, leaving them vulnerable to attacks from a hostile Europe. Whispers of rebellion began to circulate as some questioned if Henry was risking too much for his personal desires. Amid this swelling resistance, Cromwell remained steadfast. He was acutely aware of the opposition but saw it as part of the necessary cost of reform. In Cromwell's view, tradition was a wall that must be broken if England were to advance and if the king were to realize his vision. He knew that in the face of such widespread resistance, subtlety and strategy were needed. Cromwell set about rallying support where he could, quietly persuading those bishops and nobles who harbored grievances against Rome. He emphasized the financial and political benefits of severing ties with the papacy, promising that wealth currently sent to Rome could remain in England, bolstering their own fortunes and strengthening the realm. But Cromwell also understood that persuasion alone would not be enough. In private, he advised Henry to adopt a firm stance against those who refused to fall in line. He knew that without decisive action, resistance could fester and potentially unravel the king's plans. Thus, new laws were introduced, asserting the king's imperial authority and warning of severe consequences for those who questioned it. The Act in Restraint of Appeals, passed with Cromwell's influence, proclaimed that England was a sovereign nation under the king's authority alone, forbidding any appeals to the Pope on matters of law or succession. It was a bold, unprecedented step that stripped Rome of its power in England and set the foundation for Henry's absolute rule over both church and state. With each decree, opposition grew bolder and more outspoken. But Cromwell remained unyielding, reminding Henry that the stakes were too high for hesitation. "Your Majesty," he urged, "you cannot let fear of opposition keep you from securing your kingdom's future. England needs a strong leader, a king who is his own master. If your own men defy you, then they betray not only their king but their country. They will have to be shown that loyalty to you is loyalty to England." Henry nodded, steeling himself. The opposition had been unveiled, and he knew the road ahead would be fraught with challenges. But with Cromwell's unwavering support, he believed he could overcome them. England would be reborn, and he would be the one to lead it, no matter the resistance, no matter the cost. The court was abuzz with talk of Anne Boleyn, the captivating lady who had become the center of the king's attention and the focal point of England's most pressing conflict. She was unlike any woman who had ever graced Henry's court, a woman of ambition, wit, and boldness, unafraid to challenge conventions. While others approached the king with reverence, and kept him at arm's length, never submitting fully, always leaving him wanting more. And in this, Henry found a thrilling chase he could not resist. Anne's rise to favor was swift and deliberate. The daughter of Thomas Boleyn, a well-connected diplomat, and had been educated at the French court, where she had absorbed the manners, elegance, and confidence that made her stand out among her English peers. She knew how to captivate with a single look, how to draw attention without a word, and, most importantly, how to hold her own in a world dominated by men. She was not a conventional beauty, but her dark eyes and striking features conveyed intelligence and intensity, a magnetic presence that left those around her either charmed or threatened. Henry was enraptured. Though he was a man accustomed to getting what he wanted, and made him work for her favor, refusing to become his mistress as so many others had. "I will not be the king's plaything," she would say with a coy smile, keeping Henry entranced and intrigued. She positioned herself as a woman of virtue, a prize he could only win through marriage. In doing so, she offered Henry the possibility of more than just a fleeting romance. She offered him the promise of a fresh start, a chance to escape his troubled marriage to Catherine and father the male heir he so desperately sought, and understood Henry's desperation, and she was determined to use it to her advantage. But it wasn't merely ambition that drove her. And believed she had a unique destiny, that she was meant to rise to the highest station in the land. She was as fervent in her desire for the crown as Henry was for her hand. And with each day, she whispered ideas into Henry's ear, subtly feeding his doubts about Catherine, about the Pope, and even about those in his court who stood against him. She spoke of an England freed from Rome's influence, an England with a bold, independent church and a new queen by Henry's side. Thomas Cromwell watched Anne's rise with calculated interest. He saw in her not only the king's obsession but a crucial ally for his own plans. Where others in the court saw Anne as a dangerous upstart, Cromwell saw a woman of vision and resolve, qualities that aligned with his goals for England. Anne's influence over the king was undeniable, and Cromwell understood that with her by Henry's side, the break from Rome would become far more than a distant dream. Cromwell and Anne formed a quiet alliance, each recognizing the other's ambition and their mutual dependence. Anne needed Cromwell's political skill and legal expertise to navigate the thorny path to the crown, and Cromwell needed Anne's influence over Henry to keep the king committed to his plans for religious reform. Together, they became an unstoppable force, each driven by a fierce determination to reshape England's future. Anne's presence at court stirred both admiration and resentment. Many noblewomen envied her position, while men in power felt threatened by her influence over the king. Queen Catherine's supporters watched in horror as Henry's affection for his wife faded into cold indifference, replaced by an intense focus on Anne. Yet, despite the controversy, Anne showed no signs of retreat. She relished the attention, deftly deflecting criticism with charm and clever words. In her mind, she had already imagined herself as England's queen, and she was prepared to overcome any obstacle in her path, but as her influence grew, so did her enemies. Thomas More, the king's chancellor, viewed her rise with suspicion, wary of the changes she would bring to the court and the country. Bishop Fisher and other church leaders saw her as a symbol of the dangerous path Henry was taking, a reminder of the moral decline that would follow if England broke from Rome. Even the courtiers whispered that Anne was bewitching the king, manipulating him to forsake his queen and his faith. Anne's boldness made her a target, but she was undeterred. She knew that power came with a price, and she was prepared to pay it. Henry, driven by his infatuation and convinced of Anne's promise to give him a son, became even more resolute in his quest to annul his marriage to Catherine. Anne's mere presence fueled his determination. Where before he had hesitated, now he pushed forward with renewed energy. Each day, he envisioned the kingdom he would create with Anne as his queen, a kingdom where he ruled without Rome's interference, where he answered to no one. As Henry's passion for Anne intensified, so did Cromwell's efforts to make the vision a reality. He pushed harder for laws that would sever England's ties with Rome, enacting reforms that would solidify the king's authority as the supreme head of the English Church. Cromwell and Anne worked in tandem, navigating the delicate web of alliances and enmities that stretched across the court and beyond. That in and Boleyn, Henry found both a muse and a partner in ambition, a woman whose desires matched his own. With Cromwell's shrewd guidance and Anne's influence, the path was laid for a new order. But as Anne's star rose, so too did the forces of opposition. She was a figure of both hope and scandal, a woman whose ambition threatened to tear the kingdom apart yet and remained undaunted, her eyes fixed on the crown. She had captured the heart of a king and ignited the hopes of a man like Cromwell, who saw in her the power to reshape England. And with each day, Anne moved closer to the throne, her ascendancy a testament to her unbreakable will, and to the lengths to which Henry and Cromwell would go to secure England's future. Word arrived from Rome, confirming what Cromwell and Henry had long dreaded. The Pope had refused to grant an annulment of Henry's marriage to Catherine of Aragon. Pope Clement VII, held under the watchful eye of the Holy Roman Emperor Charles V, could not be persuaded, pressured, or bought. To go against Charles, Catherine's powerful nephew, would be to risk the wrath of one of Europe's most influential rulers, a risk the Pope was unwilling to take. Henry's great matter had been declared closed by the highest authority of the Catholic Church. The Pope's refusal struck a devastating blow to Henry's hopes and placed Cromwell's plans on precarious ground. It was now clear that Rome would not yield to England's demands, and the traditional path was closed. Yet Cromwell, always pragmatic and always tenacious, saw this as both a setback and an opportunity. The Pope's denial confirmed that the only way forward was through decisive action and an audacious break with Rome. For England to secure its future, Cromwell believed, it could no longer be bound by Rome's decrees. The path forward would be difficult, but it was a challenge Cromwell was willing to face. In private, Henry was furious. "Am I not a king?" he raged, pacing before Cromwell with a ferocity that was almost tangible. "Does the Pope truly believe I will submit to his judgment, as if I were some foreign prince with no will of my own?" His desperation to rid himself of Catherine and Mary and Boleyn had grown into an obsession, fueled by his belief that England's future relied on his having a male heir. Cromwell listened, his mind working swiftly. He had anticipated this turn of events, and now, with the Pope's position made clear, he knew what had to be done. He approached Henry, calm and deliberate. "Your Majesty, the Pope has made his stance clear. He will never allow you the freedom to marry as you wish, to secure your dynasty. But England does not have to bow to Rome. We have the strength to stand apart. We can build a church that answers only to you, a church where the law is your will alone." Henry's anger turned into a fierce determination. "Then let Rome be damned," he said through gritted teeth. "If the Pope will not see reason, we will make our own way. I am the rightful King of England, answerable to none but God himself. No Pope in Rome will tell me whom I may wed or how I may rule." The Pope's refusal now galvanized Henry and Cromwell to push forward with their plans for an independent English church. But the move would be radical and dangerous. The church had always been tied to Rome, and to break from it would incite deep resistance from loyal Catholics at home and abroad. Cromwell understood the stakes but believed England could be reshaped into a nation that acknowledged the king as its spiritual and temporal head. Over the coming months, Cromwell quietly began to dismantle the Pope's influence over England. He crafted laws and policies that would shift power from the Church to the Crown, proposing the Act in Restraint of Appeals to Parliament. This landmark law would establish that no appeals could be made to the Pope in matters of church and state, only the king could have the final say in England. The act effectively severed England's legal ties to Rome, asserting the king's absolute authority over the church within his realm, yet Cromwell knew that implementing these changes would require more than just legal maneuvers. He would need to undermine the clergy's loyalty to Rome, persuading them that England's sovereignty depended on their allegiance to the king. He set to work, rallying support among bishops who resented the constant demands of Rome and who chafed under the Pope's taxes and interventions. He promised them a church that was free from Rome's interference, a church that served England and its king alone. The Pope's refusal was a blow that had threatened to derail Cromwell's plans, but he had turned it into fuel for his mission. England would be reborn as an independent power, with a church that was its own. And in doing so, he would ensure that Henry's authority, and his marriage to Anne Boleyn, would be beyond question, but Cromwell was not naive. He knew that this bold move would have consequences, igniting outrage among Europe's Catholic powers and inviting resistance within England itself. As he watched Henry's determination harden, Cromwell understood that this path would be long and treacherous. Still, he believed the reward was worth the risk. England's future lay in the hands of a king unbound by papal authority, a kingdom where Cromwell's vision of reform could flourish. The Pope's refusal, intended to crush Henry's ambitions, had instead become the catalyst for England's transformation. With the Pope's refusal echoing through England, opposition to Henry's plans intensified. Loyal Catholics, influential nobles, and even members of the clergy were appalled at the notion of severing ties with Rome, fearing it would bring spiritual ruin to the country. Faced with growing resistance, Thomas Cromwell knew he would have to employ all his cunning to persuade, sway, and, if necessary, silence the opposition. He recognized that winning this battle would take more than force. It would require a careful dance of diplomacy, promises, and calculated intimidation. Cromwell set to work, crafting a campaign of influence that would reach every corner of England. He began by targeting those closest to the king, the nobles, bishops, and prominent advisors who still harbored doubts about Henry's decision to challenge the Pope. Rather than confronting them outright, Cromwell listened intently to their concerns, positioning himself as a voice of reason who understood their fears. "This is not a rebellion against the Church," he would tell them in private meetings, his tone reassuring yet firm. "This is a necessary evolution. The king seeks only to free England from Rome's demands and secure its future under his own guidance." He framed Henry's plan as a patriotic endeavor, a movement to reclaim England's sovereignty from a distant power that had bled the country dry for generations. Cromwell emphasized that Rome had taken vast sums in taxes and tithes from English churches, money that could instead be used to strengthen England's own institutions. He offered them a vision of a wealthy and prosperous nation, one where the riches of the Church would remain within England's borders to enrich both the Crown and its subjects. To those among the clergy who were reluctant to break from the Pope, Cromwell employed a different approach. He presented himself as a reformer, a man devoted to revitalizing a church that had become corrupt and out of touch with the people. The true faith, he would say, is not in Rome, but here, among our own. We have all witnessed the greed and indulgence of the papacy. Do we not owe it to England, and to God, to purify the church in our own land? He spoke of a new, revitalized church that would answer to no foreign authority, where English bishops could guide the faithful without interference. Many were swayed by his arguments, finding in Cromwell a man who understood their desire for reform and shared their discontent with the status quo. Cromwell also promised that those who supported the king's vision would be rewarded. Lands once controlled by monasteries would be redistributed, granting influential nobles a share in England's new prosperity. He skillfully cultivated alliances, offering power and wealth to those who pledged loyalty to Henry's cause. Gradually, the ranks of those supporting the king's plan grew as Cromwell's promises of wealth and security appealed to their ambition. However, persuasion alone could not silence all opposition. Cromwell knew that there were those, particularly among the staunch Catholic clergy, who would never accept Henry's rule over the church. For these individuals, he employed a more intimidating tactic. Quietly, he warned them of the consequences of defiance, emphasizing that loyalty to the Pope over the king would be seen as treason. In matters of faith, he would say, "There is no higher authority than His Majesty." Those who defy him risk not only their positions but their lives. With these veiled threats, Cromwell instilled fear in the hearts of the remaining resistors, reminding them that loyalty to Henry was now a matter of survival. Cromwell's influence even reached into the towns and villages, where he sought to persuade the common people. He directed sermons and public addresses that framed Henry's break from Rome as an act of justice and liberation. He instructed parish priests loyal to the king to preach of the burdens Rome had placed on England, telling their congregations that Henry's actions were meant to protect them from exploitation. Cromwell knew that public support could be a powerful force against opposition from the nobles and clergy, so he sought to make the king's cause popular among the people. Through relentless efforts, Cromwell transformed the landscape of English society, slowly winning over the reluctant and silencing the most vocal dissenters. He understood the delicate balance required to navigate Henry's ambitions and the court's concerns, moving fluidly between persuasion and intimidation, listening to grievances, and offering strategic reassurances. As he watched support for Henry's supremacy grow, Cromwell knew that he was succeeding. He was building a foundation for a reformed England, one loyal to the king and the crown alone, but he was also keenly aware that in taking on such a role, he had made himself a lightning rod for the resistance that still simmered beneath the surface. He had won many to his side, but those who resented him grew quietly in number and power, waiting for the day when they might strike back. Cromwell remained unfazed. He believed that the reward far outweighed the risks. With the art of persuasion as his weapon, he had pushed England further along a path that would make Henry's vision of sovereignty a reality. The opposition was waning, the king's authority rising, and Thomas Cromwell, in the shadows, was the architect of it all. As Thomas Cromwell's influence grew, so too did the animosity of those around him. In just a few years, he had risen from the son of a blacksmith to the king's most trusted advisor, reshaping England's political and religious landscape in ways few could have anticipated. To some, Cromwell was a visionary; to others, he was a dangerous upstart who had clawed his way to power through sheer ambition and cunning. His rise, both meteoric and disruptive, had left many seething with jealousy and suspicion. At the heart of court politics lay an intricate web of alliances and rivalries, and Cromwell was viewed as an outsider in this world of noble-born elites. Men who had spent their entire lives cultivating power and influence now found themselves eclipsed by a man they saw as low-born and vulgar. His rapid ascent made him a target of envy, while his unorthodox methods stirred distrust. Whispers filled the halls of court, murmurs that Cromwell was leading the king down a dangerous path, breaking centuries of tradition and putting England at odds with all of Europe. Chief among his rivals was Thomas More, the deeply devout former chancellor and stalwart defender of the Catholic Church. More saw Cromwell's reforms not as a new vision for England but as heresy. He viewed Cromwell's plans to sever ties with Rome as an affront to God and a threat to England's spiritual integrity. In More's eyes, Cromwell was nothing short of a heretic, a man willing to sacrifice the country's soul for political gain. Though More had resigned his post in protest, he remained a powerful symbol of resistance, and many who opposed Cromwell's changes rallied to More's side. Bishop John Fisher, another prominent Catholic loyalist, was equally appalled. Fisher had been one of Catherine of Aragon's most ardent supporters, and he despised Cromwell for enabling Henry's pursuit of an annulment. In sermons and letters, Fisher condemned Cromwell's efforts to separate England from the authority of the Pope, denouncing him as a blasphemer who would bring God's wrath upon the nation. Though Fisher was careful not to openly defy the king, he made no secret of his disdain for Cromwell, rallying the clergy against the man he saw as England's destroyer. Within the court itself, Cromwell's power created tension among other advisers and noblemen. Many, like the Duke of Norfolk, regarded Cromwell with open disdain. Norfolk, a staunch defender of aristocratic privilege, resented that a man of humble birth had risen to such heights. To him, Cromwell was a disruptive force, someone who neither respected tradition nor knew his place. Norfolk viewed Cromwell's reforms as reckless and often belittled him in private conversations, gathering those who shared his belief that the king had placed his faith in a dangerous upstart. Cromwell, however, was no stranger to rivalry. He recognized the hostility around him and understood that his position was precarious. He had made powerful enemies by challenging the existing order and forcing England to the brink of revolution. Yet he remained undeterred, focused on his vision and his loyalty to Henry. He knew that to survive, he would need to stay one step ahead of his opponents, reading their intentions and countering their moves before they could strike. Aware of the plots that simmered beneath the surface, Cromwell took measures to protect himself. He placed allies in key positions, men who owed their loyalty to him and who could keep an eye on the nobility and clergy. He cultivated relationships with Parliament, ensuring that his supporters in the House of Commons would back his policies and fend off the attempts of his enemies to undermine him. Cromwell was a master of information, knowing that knowledge was his most powerful weapon in a court filled with secrets and schemes. Still, the tension weighed on him. Each day, he walked a narrow line between success and ruin, aware that a single misstep could bring his enemies down upon him. He knew that his rivals watched him with hawk-like vigilance, waiting for an opportunity to strike. And with every law he passed, every policy he enforced, their resentment grew. Despite this, Cromwell thrived in the storm. He had faced adversity his entire life and had risen above it through sheer will and intelligence. To him, these new enemies were merely obstacles, and he met their opposition with calculated resolve. He would listen carefully to their criticisms, respond calmly to their accusations, and play his role as the king's loyal servant to perfection. But behind the scenes, he worked tirelessly to counter their influence, to outmaneuver their plots, and to ensure that he remained indispensable to Henry. He knew, however, that the danger was not only external. Henry was a mercurial king, capable of great affection but also sudden wrath. Cromwell understood that even the king's favor could be fleeting and that Henry's trust in him could vanish as quickly as it had formed. To stay in power, he would need to maintain his delicate influence over the king, carefully managing Henry's ambitions while shielding himself from the whims of royal displeasure. The enemies surrounding Cromwell may have been numerous and powerful, but he remained unyielding. He saw himself as a man of destiny, and he was determined that no rival, no matter how highborn or pious, would stand in the way of his vision for England. He would press forward, regardless of the price, because he believed that the fate of the country depended on his work. Yet even as he strengthened his alliances and neutralized his opponents, Cromwell could feel the tightening noose of opposition around him. He knew that the stakes were rising, that each victory came at the cost of another enemy created. In his mind, he steeled himself, knowing that the only way out was through, and that to turn back now would be to risk everything. For now, Cromwell would continue his mission, even as enemies closed in on every side. He would stand firm, navigating the treacherous waters of Henry's court, knowing that every ally he gained was a reminder of the power he wielded, and every enemy a reminder of how easily that power could be stripped away. As the years dragged on, the situation surrounding Henry's marriage to Catherine of Aragon became ever more entangled, and the conflict, now known as the King's Great Matter, showed no signs of resolution. The king's frustration with his lack of a male heir had reached a boiling point. Yet it was more than just the future of the dynasty that was at stake. Henry's belief that God had not blessed his marriage with a son had become an existential issue for the king. To Henry, the annulment of his marriage was not just a matter of personal desire, it was a divine imperative. Cromwell, who had already proven himself indispensable in his advisory role, now found himself at the very center of this monumental crisis. The annulment had been his idea from the beginning, but as the stakes grew higher and the tension deepened, his role expanded into something far greater than he had initially envisioned. He became the mastermind of the King's Great Matter, the architect of the movement to dissolve Henry's marriage to Catherine, a cause that had already split the nation, divided the court, and ignited a fierce struggle with the Pope. Cromwell's position was precarious, but he had always thrived under pressure. He knew the king's desperation and the lengths to which Henry was willing to go to secure a new wife, and Boleyn, who he believed could provide the male heir he so desperately needed. Henry's obsession with Anne had grown, and Anne, ever ambitious, had stoked that obsession with the tantalizing promise of a future where she could rule as queen. But the road to marrying Anne was a steep one, lined with opposition from Catherine's supporters, the papacy, and even Henry's own advisors who feared the political consequences of such a bold move. In this environment, Cromwell found himself juggling the delicate balance of advising the king, managing the political fallout, and navigating the web of rivals who were doing everything in their power to obstruct his plans. The court was rife with dissent. Catherine's supporters, led by the powerful Duke of Norfolk, were determined to protect the Queen's rights and dignity, while the Archbishop of Canterbury, William Warham, refused to approve the annulment. Even within the ranks of the clergy, many were reluctant to side with Henry, unwilling to defy the authority of the Pope, but Cromwell was resolute. He understood that the king's will was paramount, and to stay in Henry's good graces, he needed to provide solutions, not just ideas. His method was systematic, patient, and relentless. First, Cromwell laid the groundwork for Henry's break with Rome. The Pope, under the thumb of the Holy Roman Emperor Charles V, had steadfastly refused to annul the marriage. With the papacy's authority in England diminishing, Cromwell's eyes turned to Parliament, the one institution that could be swayed to act in the king's favor. He skillfully crafted legal arguments and framed the matter as one of national interest rather than personal desire. Through legal channels, Cromwell began to dismantle the influence of the Church in England, pushing the Act in Restraint of Appeals through Parliament. This law declared that no appeals could be made to Rome, cementing the idea that the king's authority was supreme in matters of church and state. By separating English law from papal authority, Cromwell began to prepare the ground for the king's ultimate decision to create a church independent of Rome. This shift, which would lead to the establishment of the Church of England, was not just about annulments or marriages. It was a bold assertion of Henry's power over both the Church and the state, but Cromwell knew that legal action alone would not be enough to sway Henry's enemies. He had to bring the king's cause to the masses, to rally public opinion and silence any remaining dissent. He turned to his skill in persuasion and manipulation, carefully crafting a narrative in which Henry's desire for an annulment was framed as a matter of justice for both the king and the nation. Cromwell and Boleyn worked together to present Henry's case to the people, presenting the king as a figure of righteousness, acting not out of selfishness but out of a deep desire to protect England's future. And played her role as the beautiful, virtuous lady who could provide the longed-for heir, which only further strengthened the king's resolve. Despite these efforts, resistance remained fierce, and Cromwell knew he could not afford to back down. His position within Henry's court was fragile. He had made enemies, especially among those who were loyal to Catherine or to the old order of the Church. The opposition was led by powerful figures, including Thomas More, who publicly denounced the king's actions, and Bishop Fisher, who stubbornly upheld the Pope's decree. But Cromwell, always a step ahead, began to weaken the opposition from within. He used his knowledge of the law, his network of spies, and his connections to outmaneuver those who sought to undermine the king's cause. One by one, the king's opponents were either removed or silenced. Thomas More resigned from his post as chancellor, and Bishop Fisher was eventually imprisoned for his defiance. Cromwell's meticulous strategy was paying off. Slowly but surely, the resistance was crumbling, and the king's position was growing stronger. As the pressure mounted, Cromwell pushed forward with the next critical step, the formation of the Church of England. Henry's excommunication by the Pope in 1533 served as the final rupture with Rome. At this moment, Henry made the ultimate decision. He would marry Anne Boleyn in a secret ceremony, and Cromwell would see to it that the king's authority as head of the Church in England was codified in law. Cromwell had brought Henry to this point. He had helped him break free from the shackles of papal authority and secure his future with Anne. Yet the price of success would be high. The split with Rome would have consequences that would reverberate across Europe and within England for years to come. The great matter, which had begun as a personal frustration for Henry, had now become a matter of national consequence, a defining moment in English history. For Cromwell, however, the matter was far from over. He would have to continue navigating a court fraught with tension, rivalry, and the ever-present threat of failure, but for the time being, Cromwell had succeeded in what many thought impossible. He had paved the way for Henry to secure his new queen and, hopefully, the male heir he so desperately desired. The great matter was far from resolved, but Cromwell had ensured that the course of history would forever be altered. The year was 1534, and the reverberations of Henry's break from Rome were beginning to shake the very foundations of England. For years, the king had grappled with the question of his marriage, but now, the question of England's relationship with the Catholic Church had become the central issue. The great matter was no longer just a personal affair for Henry, it had grown into a national crisis, one that threatened to divide the nation's spiritual and political identity. Under the guidance of Thomas Cromwell, England had started down a path that would forever alter its religious landscape. Cromwell, the architect of the king's break with Rome, had been instrumental in securing the marriage to Anne Boleyn, but he had also set in motion a series of reforms that would move England ever further from the Catholic fold. The rift between England and the papacy was widening, and with it came the looming question: what would England's new faith look like? The first steps had been subtle yet profound. The Act of Supremacy, passed in 1534, declared Henry VIII the only supreme head on earth of the Church of England. It was a shocking and unprecedented assertion, a direct challenge to the authority of the Pope. No longer would the Church in England be subject to the foreign influence of Rome, Henry would be its ultimate authority. The implications were immense, not just politically, but religiously. For centuries, the Pope had been the undisputed spiritual leader of Christendom, and now, that authority was being rejected by the very country that had once been one of its most loyal adherents. The consequences of this shift were not lost on the people of England. For centuries, Catholicism had been the foundation of their spiritual lives. The Mass, the sacraments, the Virgin Mary, these were not mere rituals, but the very fabric of English faith. To many, the Pope's excommunication of Henry and the establishment of a new church were nothing less than a catastrophe. To abandon Rome was seen as a betrayal of God's will, a rupture with centuries of tradition. And yet, the king's authority was absolute, his wishes had to be obeyed. For Cromwell, this shift was both a triumph and a burden. His role in severing England's ties with Rome had elevated him to an unmatched position of power. But he was also keenly aware that the Church of England was still in its infancy. What would it mean for the people of England? Would the English people, steeped in Catholic tradition, accept this new form of Christianity, or would the rift tear the nation apart? Cromwell had long been a proponent of reform, but even he had to recognize the enormity of the change now underway. The break from Rome was not just a political move, it was a religious one that could not easily be undone. He knew that for this break to hold, it would require more than just a royal decree, it would require the minds and hearts of the people. As the king's chief minister, Cromwell was now tasked with managing not just Henry's court and policies, but also the delicate task of convincing the people that the Church of England was the true path forward. He began by using his considerable influence to reshape the Church's structures. The monasteries, once centers of spiritual life, were seen by many as corrupt institutions, too entangled with Rome and its wealth. Cromwell, with his zeal for reform, spearheaded the dissolution of the monasteries, which began in earnest in 1536. By seizing the wealth and land of the Church, Cromwell was able to redistribute it to the crown and the nobility, further consolidating Henry's power. But the dissolution was not without its costs. Many saw it as an affront to the faith itself. The monks and nuns who lived in the monasteries were displaced, and the image of religious figures losing their positions and livelihoods stirred discontent among the faithful, but Cromwell was undeterred. He believed the break from Rome was the only way to secure England's future, and he took steps to mitigate the risks involved. He supported the translation of the Bible into English, ensuring that the people could read the scriptures in their own language, free from the interpretations of the clergy. This was a move that struck at the heart of Catholic tradition, where the Bible had been interpreted and explained by the priesthood. By making the Bible accessible to all, Cromwell believed he could forge a new relationship between the people and God, one that no longer required the mediation of Rome. Yet as England's break with Catholicism deepened, cracks began to show in the facade of unity. The English people were a deeply religious people, and faith was not easily set aside. Even as Cromwell worked tirelessly to strengthen Henry's position, the spiritual divisions were becoming impossible to ignore. The question of doctrinal change loomed large. Would England's new church retain its Catholic liturgy and sacraments, or would it veer into the territory of Protestant reformers? Henry had made it clear that he had no desire for the kind of radical reforms that had begun to take hold on the continent. He was not a Lutheran or a Calvinist. He saw himself as the defender of the true faith, a faith that was simply independent of Rome. But Cromwell, ever the pragmatist, knew that the people's faith was not something that could be easily manipulated. The more he pushed for reform, the more difficult it became to contain the growing influence of Protestant ideas. The tension between the old and the new was felt most acutely in the courts of England. Traditionalist advisers, like the Duke of Norfolk and others who had supported Catherine, viewed Cromwell's reforms with increasing alarm. They were Catholics at heart, loyal to Rome, and they feared that Henry's break with the Pope would erode the very foundation of English society. They were not opposed to the king's desire for a male heir, but they were deeply concerned about the changes Cromwell was engineering within the church itself. Cromwell's growing power did not go unnoticed. Those who had once been his allies began to question his motives. Was Cromwell a true reformer, or was he simply using Henry's desires as a vehicle for his own ambitions? Many in the court began to see him as a man who wielded too much power for his own good. And in a world where loyalty to the crown was paramount, any perceived threat to the monarch's authority, no matter how slight, was dangerous. In the streets, the people's response to the dissolution of the monasteries and the king's reforms was mixed. Many poor commoners had relied on the monasteries for charity, and their displacement sparked resentment. Others, however, saw Cromwell's reforms as a chance for social and religious renewal. The king's declaration that England would no longer bow to the authority of the Pope was met with cheers in some parts of the kingdom, while in others, it was viewed as a catastrophic betrayal. Faith in the balance. England's transition from the authority of Rome to a new, uncharted religious future, was not a clean break. The path forward was fraught with uncertainty. Would the people of England embrace the new Church of England, or would the divisions grow wider, leading to more turmoil, rebellion, and perhaps even war? For Thomas Cromwell, the challenge was not only political but spiritual. Could he unite the nation under a faith that was still being formed, one that straddled the line between Catholicism and Protestantism, tradition and reform? As the shadows of religious uncertainty loomed over England, Cromwell understood that he was navigating uncharted waters. His faith, his unshakable belief in the king's vision for a reformed England, was all that kept him moving forward. But the road ahead was no longer certain, and as the nation's faith teetered on the edge of revolution, Cromwell realized that the great matter was far from over. As Cromwell's influence continued to grow, so too did the number of enemies he accumulated within the English court. The royal court, always a hotbed of ambition, was now a battleground where loyalty to the king was inextricably linked to loyalty to Cromwell and the new direction he was charting for England. But this loyalty was increasingly in question, particularly among the nobility. Many of the country's most powerful families had long been tied to the old order, the Catholic traditions, the ancient privileges of the nobility, and the entrenched belief in the Pope's spiritual supremacy. These factions had little interest in Cromwell's reforms, which were swiftly dismantling the traditional structures of power that had served them for generations. The heart of this resistance was Anne Boleyn, the king's new queen. Her rise to power had been swift and dramatic, her relationship with Henry having given her significant political leverage. But while Anne's supporters hailed her as the future of England, many in the noble classes viewed her as a dangerous and foreign influence, a woman who had disrupted centuries of tradition. The old guard, led by figures like the Duke of Norfolk, the head of one of England's oldest and most influential families, saw Anne and Cromwell's alliance as a direct threat to their influence and status at court. They were determined to resist the shift in power, and they turned their ire toward Cromwell, whom they saw as the puppet master behind Anne's ascent. The nobility's resistance to Cromwell was not just ideological, it was deeply personal. Cromwell, the son of a blacksmith, had risen from humble origins to become one of the most powerful men in England. To many of the traditional nobility, his very presence at court was a reminder of how the old social order was crumbling. They saw Cromwell not as a statesman, but as an upstart, a manipulator who had clawed his way to the top through cunning and ambition rather than noble blood or royal favor. His lack of aristocratic lineage was a constant source of disdain, a reminder that the power in England was no longer reserved for the noble class. The Duke of Norfolk, a stalwart defender of the old ways, was particularly vocal in his opposition to Cromwell. Norfolk had long been one of Henry's most trusted advisors, but he had no intention of submitting to the rising influence of Cromwell and his new queen. His rivalry with Cromwell was rooted in deep-seated resentment, not only over the direction Cromwell was pushing the king, but over the political alliances that were slowly shifting away from the old guard. Norfolk and his allies in the court, including Thomas Howard, his son, and other powerful noble families, saw their once dominant positions threatened by Cromwell's reforms. To them, Cromwell's success was a symbol of how far the monarchy had drifted from traditional, aristocratic governance. Norfolk's resistance took many forms. At first, it was quiet, a matter of subtle obstruction and passive-aggressive maneuvering. He and his allies in the court whispered against Cromwell in private, questioning his competence, his integrity, and his allegiance to the king. They spread rumors of Cromwell's ambitions, painting him as a man who sought to control the king for his own ends. They also latched onto the growing unpopularity of Anne Boleyn, blaming her for the fracture with the Catholic Church and the scandalous political maneuverings at court. Norfolk and his faction encouraged whispers about Anne's unworthiness as queen, casting her as an ambitious, manipulative woman who had no place on England's throne. As the situation escalated, Norfolk and his allies moved to more direct action. The rise of Protestant reformers, whom Cromwell had aligned himself with, was another point of contention. While Henry's break with Rome had been justified in part by the need for a male heir, the more radical Protestant ideas that were gaining ground under Cromwell's watch were seen as an existential threat to the old Catholic order. Norfolk and his faction were deeply opposed to these theological shifts and viewed Cromwell's embrace of Protestantism as a betrayal of England's religious heritage. They were also alarmed by Cromwell's increasing control over royal policy. The king, who had once relied on a variety of advisors, had become increasingly dependent on Cromwell. The minister's influence was undeniable. He had masterminded the divorce from Catherine of Aragon, engineered the Act of Supremacy, and overseen the establishment of the Church of England. But it was Cromwell's growing role in shaping domestic policy and even foreign relations that concerned the nobility. Where once the nobles had played an important role in advising the king, they now found themselves sidelined as Cromwell pushed for reforms that favored his own political agenda. The nobles' resistance was not confined to the court. Word of Cromwell's rise and the king's reforms spread throughout the kingdom, and many of the wealthiest landowners found themselves unwilling to surrender their privileges and power to the crown. The dissolution of the monasteries, which Cromwell had championed, was seen by many as a direct attack on their wealth and status. The redistribution of church lands to the crown, and, more importantly, to the king's loyal supporters, was seen as an attempt to weaken the traditional landholding class. The nobles were losing not just their influence at court, but also their foothold in the social hierarchy. But Cromwell, ever the strategist, was prepared for this resistance. He understood that the nobility's power could not be easily broken, but he knew how to divide and conquer. He began to play the factions against each other, exploiting their rivalries and turning them into opportunities for his own advancement. While Norfolk and his allies fought tooth and nail to undermine Cromwell's influence, Cromwell was quietly building alliances with younger, more progressive members of the nobility, as well as with key figures in the rising merchant class. In addition to his political maneuvering, Cromwell used his vast network of spies and informants to gather intelligence on his enemies. He knew who was plotting against him, and he knew how to neutralize those who posed a threat. He was not above using force when necessary, as the fate of many who opposed him would later reveal. But Cromwell's greatest weapon was his ability to manipulate the king. Henry, who was still utterly dependent on Cromwell's counsel, remained largely unaware of the growing resentment among his nobles. He trusted Cromwell completely, believing that the minister was working for the good of the kingdom. This trust allowed Cromwell to maneuver with an almost unchecked hand. However, the resistance of the nobility could not be underestimated. The more Cromwell advanced, the more he alienated the very people whose support he needed to solidify his power. The tensions within the court were palpable, and it was only a matter of time before these factions began to come into direct conflict. Cromwell's enemies would not go quietly, and the stage was set for a political showdown that would forever alter the balance of power in England. As and Boleyn's influence grew stronger, so did the animosity between her supporters and those of the old guard. Anne was a polarizing figure, and many nobles viewed her as the puppet master behind Cromwell's reforms. She, too, was no stranger to opposition. Her very presence on the throne was a challenge to the nobility's long-held traditions. As her political influence grew, so did the friction between her supporters, chiefly Cromwell, and the rest of the court. The struggle between Cromwell and the nobility was not just a fight for power, it was a battle for the soul of England itself. Would the country remain tied to the Catholic traditions that had governed it for centuries, or would it forge a new path under Henry's reign? The fate of England's monarchy and its future was now inextricably bound to Cromwell's survival, and the nobility's resistance would prove to be one of his greatest challenges yet. For Thomas Cromwell, the court of Henry VIII was a place where danger lurked in every corner, where alliances shifted as swiftly as the king's moods, and where the most tenuous of favors could quickly turn into a devastating downfall. The king's mercy, often extended in moments of grace, was just as frequently revoked in fits of rage, and Cromwell, ever astute, began to feel the ever-present danger of walking this perilous line. Henry VIII, volatile and unpredictable, was both a king of immense charisma and terrible wrath. His mood swung like the pendulum of a clock, from the most charming of monarchs to a tyrant capable of swift and brutal punishment. Cromwell had learned early on that to win Henry's favor was to secure the greatest prize in the realm, but to fall out of favor could mean ruin. The minister's sharp intelligence had always served him well, but now, as the political landscape became increasingly fraught, he could no longer rely solely on his wits. He had to navigate Henry's capricious nature, a task that was becoming more treacherous with every passing day. Cromwell's role in the court had evolved. He was no longer merely an advisor, he had become Henry's closest confidant, the king's right-hand man, the very architect of his will. Cromwell had maneuvered the king through the turbulent seas of his divorce from Catherine of Aragon, his marriage to Anne Boleyn, and his break from Rome. He had been the one to lay the groundwork for the creation of the Church of England, removing the shackles of papal authority and placing the king at the head of a new national church. In doing so, Cromwell had earned a position of unmatched influence. But with that influence came peril. For all his reforms and triumphs, Cromwell had begun to realize that the very thing that had made him indispensable, the king's trust, was also what made his position so fragile. Henry's mood swings could transform Cromwell's greatest victories into political liabilities. One day, Henry would shower him with praise, the next, he would be the target of the king's sharp tongue or, worse, his wrath. Cromwell had seen the signs before. Henry's temper, which could flare at the slightest provocation, had already claimed the lives of a number of men who had once been in favor. The execution of Thomas More and Bishop Fisher, both staunch defenders of the Catholic faith, had shocked England. Their deaths were a grim reminder of Henry's unpredictability and his willingness to eliminate anyone who stood in his way. And Cromwell, who had played a part in their downfall, was acutely aware that he, too, could fall victim to the king's fury. That it was and Boleyn, too, whose rise to the throne had brought a host of challenges for Cromwell. While Anne was a powerful ally, she was also a woman of ambition, and her own precarious position at court only added to the volatility of the situation. Anne's influence on the king was undeniable, but Henry's feelings toward her were complex and changeable. One day, he could be tender and loving, the next, filled with frustration and doubt. Anne's inability to produce a male heir, despite years of marriage, was becoming a point of growing tension. Henry had promised his kingdom a son, and the failure to deliver had left him in a state of constant frustration, questioning his choice of wife. Cromwell knew all too well that Anne's position, like his own, was far from secure. If Henry's affections turned elsewhere, Anne could easily find herself discarded, as Catherine had been. In these moments of royal tension, Cromwell could feel the precariousness of his own position. His alliance with Anne Boleyn had brought him much power, but it also placed him at the mercy of a volatile king. Cromwell had long known that Henry's temper was not to be underestimated. It was not a matter of whether the king would turn on him, but when. As the pressure mounted for the king to secure a male heir, Cromwell could sense that Henry's patience with Anne, and perhaps with him, was beginning to fray. It was in the quiet hours of the court, when the king was most reflective, that Cromwell found himself grappling with the true danger of his situation. Henry's volatile emotions had always been a part of his character, but now, with the stakes so high, they were becoming even more pronounced. The king's desperation for a son had only increased with time, and Cromwell was growing more and more aware of the toll that the king's frustration had taken on him. Every failure, every failed pregnancy, every sign of doubt from Anne only drove Henry deeper into a spiral of anger and confusion. In one such instance, Cromwell was summoned to the king's chambers late at night. The king, agitated and restless, was pacing, his face tight with anxiety. Anne had just suffered another miscarriage, and Henry's nerves were frayed. When Cromwell entered, he was met with a torrent of emotion. Henry, in a rare moment of vulnerability, confessed his doubts, not just about Anne's ability to bear him a son, but about his own legacy. The king spoke of the shame he felt at having failed his people by not providing a male heir. Cromwell, ever the pragmatist, understood that this was no ordinary frustration. Henry's fear of failure was beginning to consume him. The conversation shifted from personal regret to the political realities of the situation. Henry made it clear that he could no longer trust in Anne's ability to provide the heir he so desperately needed. He was considering his options, and Cromwell, with his usual sense of duty and resolve, knew what that meant. In Henry's world, the failure of a marriage was not just a personal setback, it was a matter of national importance. If Anne could not give him a son, then she would have to be replaced. But Cromwell, despite his political acumen, could not predict the direction Henry's frustration would take. Henry's mercy could be as capricious as his wrath. One moment, Cromwell would be praised as the king's greatest ally, the next, he would be left scrambling to find ways to appease a monarch whose moods seemed impossible to navigate. In this moment, Cromwell understood the true danger of his position. He had helped lead Henry through the great matter, but now he was caught in the whirlwind of royal emotion. Cromwell had been the architect of the king's break with Rome, the creator of the Church of England, and the mastermind behind the king's political and marital maneuvers. But in the face of Henry's emotional turmoil, Cromwell could see that even he was powerless. As the days passed, Cromwell began to realize that his position was more fragile than he had ever imagined. The king's mood swings, his unpredictable moments of mercy and rage, were a constant threat to his survival. Cromwell could never be certain when Henry would turn on him, and when the king's favor ebbed, Cromwell's influence evaporated with it. The king's mercy, it seemed, was as fickle as the winds of fortune. And for Thomas Cromwell, the question was no longer whether he would fall from grace, but when, and what it would take to survive the fall. And Boleyn was no stranger to the court of Henry VIII. The daughter of an ambitious noble family, and had been a fixture of the royal court for years before she caught the king's eye. But her rise to power, from the daughter of a courtier to the Queen of England, was a tale woven with ambition, cunning, and the careful strategies of those around her, most notably, Thomas Cromwell. Cromwell, always keenly aware of the shifting tides of royal favor, saw in Anne a powerful and ambitious ally. At first, their alliance was based on mutual self-interest. Anne, after all, was as desperate for power as Cromwell was to secure his own position at court. She had long been Henry's mistress, but she was not content with simply being his lover. And wanted more. She wanted the crown, and Henry, enamored with her intelligence and beauty, seemed to be willing to grant her that ambition. However, Anne's rise to the throne was far from guaranteed. Henry's relationship with his first wife, Catherine of Aragon, was deeply entrenched, and the legal, theological, and political hurdles to a divorce were formidable. It was Cromwell who, more than anyone else, saw the path forward for Anne and worked tirelessly to clear the obstacles standing in her way. He knew that Henry's desire for a male heir was the key to their success, but he also understood the deep religious and political consequences of Henry's desire to break from Rome. It was Cromwell who would lead the charge in securing an annulment from the Pope, though the process would ultimately prove fruitless. But even as the Pope refused to grant the annulment, Cromwell saw an opportunity to reshape the very fabric of English society. One of Cromwell's first strategic moves was to begin building support for and within the court. At a time when the English nobility was deeply divided, Cromwell knew that he would need the backing of key players to secure Anne's position. He worked diligently to forge alliances with those who were sympathetic to Anne's cause and, more importantly, with those who saw Cromwell as a man who could deliver power. The Queen-to-be had already earned the support of some influential figures, including Thomas Cranmer, who would later become Archbishop of Canterbury, and the forward-thinking, Protestant-leaning faction at court. But Cromwell's efforts went beyond just securing her loyalists. He began systematically dismantling the power of those who opposed, and Cromwell knew that one of Anne's greatest challenges would be overcoming the entrenched influence of her rivals at court, particularly her detractors among the nobility and the Catholic factions. Some of the most powerful men in England, including the Duke of Norfolk, her own uncle, and other old guard courtiers, were wary of Anne's influence over the king. Anne was not just an outsider in their eyes, she represented a break with the past, a challenge to their authority and influence. To these men, Anne's ambition and Cromwell's alliance with her were signs of an erosion of their power, but Cromwell, ever the master tactician, saw these rivalries as opportunities. He worked to divide and weaken the old factions, cultivating support among younger courtiers and those who sought reform. He also encouraged Henry to take a more direct role in the political and religious shifts, knowing that the king's involvement in the reform movement would lend and greater legitimacy. One of Cromwell's most significant moves in supporting Anne's rise was his orchestration of the campaign for an annulment of Henry's marriage to Catherine of Aragon. Though the Pope remained steadfast in his refusal to grant the annulment, Cromwell pushed forward with a campaign that painted Catherine's marriage to Henry as invalid under both theological and legal grounds. Cromwell's relentless pursuit of the annulment was an instrumental part of the wider campaign to free Henry from the influence of the Pope and the Church. Anne's place at court, and ultimately her role as queen, depended on Henry being free to marry her. It was Cromwell's influence that helped Henry push through the necessary political and legal frameworks, even as they clashed with the Pope's authority. To bolster Anne's claim, Cromwell worked to isolate Catherine politically. He carefully staged public events and political actions that would undermine her standing and legitimacy. One of the most brilliant of Cromwell's strategies was the public engagement with the divorce issue, which shifted the narrative from a personal dispute between Henry and Catherine to one of national importance. Cromwell used his influence to ensure that Anne's position was not only safeguarded but also seen as the key to securing England's future. As Anne's power grew, so did her influence over Henry. She became not just his mistress but his confidant, a partner in shaping the future of England. Anne's charm and ambition had won Henry's heart, and Cromwell ensured that this personal attachment was politically advantageous. The very existence of Anne Boleyn as the king's favored mistress was already destabilizing the court's traditional power structures, but Cromwell's support ensured that her rise would continue unchecked. One of the most important strategic moves Cromwell made was to carefully manage the presentation of Anne to the public. He understood that Anne's success depended not just on the king's favor but also on public perception. Cromwell orchestrated her appearances at court, ensuring that she was seen as a queen in waiting, a woman of grace and intelligence who had captured the king's heart. He worked tirelessly to align Anne with the king's vision of a new England, one that would be independent from Rome, one that would secure the Tudor dynasty through a male heir. The propaganda efforts were crucial, as they cast Anne not as an outsider, but as an integral part of the future of England. As Anne's role in Henry's court grew, Cromwell was careful to maintain his influence over the king. He knew that Henry's unpredictable temperament was a constant threat, and it was essential to keep the king satisfied with both Anne's rise and the reforms that Cromwell had set in motion. Cromwell's political genius lay in his ability to support Anne while simultaneously securing his own position. He made sure that his own political fortunes were intertwined with Anne's, making her success his own. By doing so, he created a delicate but powerful balance of power, one in which his influence over the king was as secure as Anne's place as queen. But Cromwell also knew that Anne's position was fragile. Henry's infatuation, while strong, was volatile, and the road to a male heir was proving more difficult than either Anne or Henry had anticipated. The pressure on Anne to provide a son was growing, and Cromwell understood that the failure to do so could have catastrophic consequences, both for her and for him. Even as he supported Anne's rise, he began to see the dangers that lay ahead. Henry's need for a male heir would not be ignored for long, and if and could not deliver, Cromwell's position might very well crumble along with hers, and Boleyn's rise to power was one of ambition and careful strategy, and it was Thomas Cromwell who had been the chief architect behind her ascent. By skillfully managing her relationships with the king, the nobility, and the people, Cromwell helped secure her place at the heart of England's monarchy. But in doing so, he was also setting the stage for the dramatic and volatile events that would unfold in the years to come, events that would test not only Anne's position but Cromwell's survival in the ever-shifting tides of Henry VIII's court. Thomas Cromwell had always understood that power was a delicate thing, rooted in the manipulation of systems, the careful orchestration of events, and the creation of alliances. The Reformation Parliament was his grandest stage yet, a tool he would wield to dismantle the very foundations of England's relationship with Rome and establish a new order in its place. This would be no mere legal or theological maneuvering, it would be a political revolution, one that Cromwell was determined to carry out with both precision and cunning. As the tension between Henry VIII and the Pope reached its boiling point, Cromwell knew that the only way to secure the king's divorce from Catherine of Aragon, and to ensure Anne Boleyn's place as his queen, was to break the chains that bound England to Rome. But such a break would not come easily. The papacy was a powerful institution, and England's ties to the Catholic Church were deep-rooted, extending through centuries of tradition. Cromwell had already worked tirelessly behind the scenes to lay the groundwork for such a move, but now it was time for action. The Reformation Parliament would be the crucible in which England's future would be forged. Henry VIII, ever the pragmatist, understood that his quest for a male heir, and the future of his dynasty, depended on his ability to marry Anne Boleyn. But he could not do this while still tethered to Rome. To marry Anne and secure the legitimacy of his future children, he needed to sever the Church's hold over England. In Henry's mind, the theological issues were secondary to his political needs. The Pope's refusal to annul his marriage to Catherine had become a personal insult, an affront to his authority as king. Cromwell, seeing the opportunity, stepped in with a solution, an outright break with the Catholic Church. The first step in this bold plan was to secure Henry's position as the supreme head of the Church of England. It was Cromwell who understood that in order to bypass papal authority, Henry needed to claim the throne not just as the head of the state, but as the head of the Church as well. The idea of royal supremacy was not entirely new, but it had never been so fiercely advocated. Cromwell presented this as the logical conclusion to England's sovereignty and the king's divine right to rule. Cromwell's ability to manipulate the court's various factions became key in pushing this idea forward. He began by consolidating power within the Parliament itself, working quietly behind the scenes to secure the support of key members. Cromwell was no stranger to the art of persuasion, and he used every tool at his disposal to shape the minds of those who could influence the direction of English law. He worked tirelessly to build a coalition of allies, some of whom were motivated by religious reform, others by political ambition. It was Cromwell's deft touch that unified these often disparate groups, making them see the potential for a future in which England was no longer under the thumb of the Pope. The potential for a more independent, sovereign England was a powerful lure, and Cromwell capitalized on that desire. He promised that with royal supremacy, England would have the freedom to reform its own church, free from the dictates of Rome. In 1529, Parliament convened with Cromwell at the helm of the reformist movement. He pushed through a series of legislative acts designed to assert the king's authority and dismantle the church's power. These laws, such as the Act and Restraint of Appeals, were radical in their scope. They declared that no one, not even the Pope, had the right to interfere in the affairs of England's kingdom. By establishing this legal precedent, Cromwell created a situation in which Henry's authority would be uncontested, and his marriage to Catherine could be annulled without the Pope's approval. The next move was perhaps the most daring: Cromwell's orchestration of the Act of Supremacy. This piece of legislation would solidify Henry's position as the supreme head of the Church of England, cutting all remaining ties with the papacy. To achieve this, Cromwell had to navigate the dangerous waters of religious dissent. While many in the court were eager for reform, there were others who were loyal to Rome and fearful of the consequences of such drastic action. The nobility, the clergy, and some segments of the population were deeply resistant to any moves that could disrupt their long-established ties with the Church, but Cromwell was a master of timing and persuasion. He understood that the more extreme the opposition to the break from Rome, the more determined he needed to be. He worked methodically to dismantle the power of the Catholic Church within England by passing a series of laws that asserted the king's authority and reduced the influence of the papacy. With each victory, Cromwell grew bolder, pushing Parliament to pass laws that increasingly severed England's ties with Rome. These legislative victories were not just political, but personal as well. They were the culmination of years of careful strategy, of aligning the right people in the right places, and of applying unrelenting pressure on those who dared to resist. But for Cromwell, the Reformation Parliament was more than just a series of laws. It was a revolution of thought, a shift in the very nature of English identity. England, once a staunch ally of the Pope, was now carving its own path. The Reformation Parliament was the beginning of a new order, one that would forever change the relationship between the monarchy, the Church, and the people. However, Cromwell was also mindful of the risks involved. The break with Rome had its enemies. Many saw it as a dangerous act of treason, a move that threatened the very foundations of the faith. The power of the Catholic Church was not to be underestimated, and there were those at court, including some of Henry's most trusted advisers, who feared the consequences of alienating the Pope. For Cromwell, however, the risk was necessary. The king's desire to marry Anne Boleyn, to secure his dynasty, and to reshape the religious landscape of England could not be realized without severing the Church's power. And Cromwell, ever the opportunist, understood that this was his moment to solidify his own power as well. As the architect of this revolution, Cromwell was positioning himself not only as the man who had reshaped England's relationship with Rome but as one of the most powerful men in the kingdom. As the Reformation Parliament progressed, Cromwell's vision of a New England slowly took shape. It was a country that would no longer bow to papal authority, a country where the king could make decisions without fear of papal intervention. The Church of England was born not out of theological righteousness, but of political necessity, and Cromwell had masterminded it all. With each passing law, he cemented his place as the true architect of England's future. By the end of the Reformation Parliament, England stood on the precipice of a new age. Henry was free to marry Anne, and the religious landscape of the nation had been irrevocably changed. Cromwell, who had worked tirelessly behind the scenes, knew that this was just the beginning. The creation of the Church of England was the first step in a journey that would lead to even greater challenges. But for now, Cromwell basked in the glory of his success, knowing that the foundation had been laid for the new order he had dreamed of, a New England, free from the Pope's grasp and firmly in the hands of its king. Anne Boleyn's ascent to the throne had been nothing short of extraordinary, but as the years passed, her reign as Queen of England became increasingly turbulent, marked by political intrigue, personal rivalries, and a deepening sense of isolation. While Cromwell had been the architect of her rise, he would soon find himself entangled in a precarious web, with Anne at its center, and had been crowned with the full backing of Henry VIII, her ambition to be queen fulfilled after years of scheming and waiting. But she had never truly been secure in her position. The weight of expectation was immense, especially as Henry's desperate need for a male heir continued to overshadow every aspect of their marriage. Despite her intelligence, her charm, and her fierce determination, Anne could not shake the constant pressure to produce the son that Henry so fervently desired. And as each year passed without a male heir, the cracks in her seemingly invincible position began to show. The early days of Anne's marriage to Henry were marked by great promise. Her wit and charm captivated him, and for a time, she seemed to embody the vision of a New England that Henry so desperately craved. She was an advocate of religious reform, a symbol of the Protestant cause, and a woman who, in her eyes, was destined to be more than just a consort. Anne's influence over Henry was considerable, but it was also fragile. Her charm, while powerful, could not hold back the relentless tide of political pressure that mounted as her reign continued. The first sign of trouble came in 1533, when Anne gave birth to a daughter, Elizabeth. While the birth of a healthy child was certainly a triumph in itself, it was not the son Henry had hoped for. Anne's failure to produce a male heir set the stage for the unraveling of her reign. The king's dissatisfaction with Elizabeth's gender became apparent almost immediately. Henry's disappointment was a bitter blow to Anne, who had poured all her energy into securing the throne for her child. But a daughter, no matter how brilliant or talented, was not what Henry needed. For Anne, the pressure to produce a son only intensified with every passing month, and her once promising future seemed more and more uncertain. Anne's rivalry with Henry's previous wife, Catherine of Aragon, was always at the heart of her reign. The divorce, the public break with the Catholic Church, and the acrimonious fallout from her marriage to Henry created a bitter atmosphere at court. Anne's enemies, many of whom had once been loyal to her, began to conspire against her. Among them was a faction of nobles loyal to Catherine and to the old order, who could not forgive Anne for her role in breaking England from Rome and usurping Catherine's place as queen. Anne, once a symbol of reform and hope for a New England, now became a symbol of division, resentment, and instability. It was during this time that Cromwell, who had long been a steadfast ally of Anne, began to realize just how dangerous her position had become. Initially, Cromwell had supported Anne with the full weight of his political acumen, working tirelessly to ensure her place on the throne. He had been instrumental in securing her marriage to Henry and in managing the delicate political dance that had made her rise possible. But as Anne's failure to produce a male heir continued to weigh heavily on Henry, and as court factions grew increasingly hostile to her, Cromwell could see that her time was running out. Anne's marriage to Henry had been built on fragile foundations, and with the failure to deliver a male heir, those foundations began to crumble. Henry, whose affections for Anne had once seemed unshakable, began to grow distant. Cromwell, ever astute, began to notice the king's increasingly erratic behavior, his moments of tenderness toward Anne now punctuated by fits of rage and frustration. The king's desire for a son became an obsession, and Anne, in her desperation, became more and more isolated from those around her. As Anne's position weakened, her enemies at court grew bolder in their attacks. Among them was Thomas Howard, the Duke of Norfolk, Anne's uncle, who had once been a staunch ally of hers. But as Anne's influence waned, Norfolk began to turn against her, aligning himself with those who sought her downfall. With Cromwell's influence growing at court, Norfolk saw an opportunity to reassert his own power by siding with those who wanted to see Anne removed. It was the beginning of a dangerous game, one that Cromwell would be forced to play carefully. Cromwell had always been a man of pragmatism, and he understood that in the ruthless world of Tudor politics, loyalty was as fleeting as the wind. While he had once supported Anne as the queen who could reshape England, he now saw the reality of her situation. Anne's power was dwindling, and Cromwell, ever the opportunist, began to distance himself from her, focusing more on the future than on past allegiances. He began to build new alliances, quietly shifting his support toward those who would benefit from Anne's fall. As Anne's rivals grew in strength, so did the rumors of her betrayal. The more desperate she became, the more vulnerable she appeared. Whispers of adultery, treason, and conspiracy began to circulate, and Anne's enemies seized upon these rumors to undermine her. Cromwell, ever the manipulator of public perception, knew that it would not be long before the court turned decisively against Anne. He had seen it before, the swift and brutal rise and fall of men and women in the royal court. And now it seemed that Anne's time had come. In 1536, after a series of failed pregnancies, including the tragic loss of a second son shortly after birth, Anne's position became untenable. Henry, in his increasingly volatile state, found solace in the attentions of Jane Seymour, a woman whose placid demeanor and traditional femininity appealed to him in ways that Anne could no longer. The king's shift in affection, coupled with Anne's inability to provide the male heir he so desperately needed, created the perfect storm for her downfall. Cromwell, ever the strategist, began to lay the groundwork for Anne's eventual arrest. He knew that Anne's charges would need to be carefully constructed, that her enemies would need to be galvanized against her. By now, it was clear that Anne's days as queen were numbered. Her enemies at court were eager for her to fall, and Cromwell's role in facilitating that downfall would be critical. Anne's trial would be swift and brutal. She was accused of treason, adultery, and incest, crimes that were as dangerous as they were unfounded. Anne's final days were marked by a chilling sense of inevitability. She was arrested, imprisoned in the Tower of London, and tried in a court that had already decided her fate. Cromwell, ever the political operator, ensured that the trial would proceed quickly, and the charges against Anne were presented in a manner that left little room for doubt. The conviction was secured, and Anne was sentenced to death by beheading. the fall of Anne Boleyn was a moment of profound consequence, not just for her but for all of England. It marked the end of an era, a brief period in which a woman of immense ambition had almost succeeded in reshaping the nation's religious and political landscape. But her fall also marked the beginning of another era, one in which the forces of faction, loyalty, and betrayal would shape the future of the Tudor dynasty. For Cromwell, the Queen's downfall was both a tragedy and an opportunity, a reminder of the fragile nature of power in the court of Henry VIII. And as Anne's life was brought to a swift and bloody end, Cromwell knew that he too would have to navigate the shifting tides of royal favor, ever aware that loyalty, once given, could be as easily taken away. As Anne Boleyn's fall reverberated through the court, a new chapter in Thomas Cromwell's life began to unfold, one that was more treacherous, more isolated, and more fraught with betrayal than ever before. With the Queen gone and Henry VIII's affections turned toward Jane Seymour, Cromwell found himself at a crossroads. The court was a volatile place, where alliances shifted like sand, and Cromwell's ability to maintain his position, so hard-won, was now at risk. The shadows of the past loomed large, and Cromwell, ever the master of maneuvering, would have to play a dangerous game, balancing loyalty, ambition, and the ever-present threat of those who sought his downfall. The swift execution of Anne had left the court in turmoil. Cromwell had played a pivotal role in bringing about the Queen's demise, though he had done so from behind the scenes, ever careful not to expose himself as the driving force behind her destruction. Anne's fall, while politically necessary, had also left many disillusioned with the merciless nature of Henry's court, and Cromwell knew that the repercussions of such a dramatic shift could soon turn against him. He had been the architect of Anne's rise, and now he had engineered her fall. His hands, though covered in the blood of others, remained untarnished, at least, for the moment. Cromwell's relationships with his allies were now in question. The nobles who had supported Anne, many of whom had once been under Cromwell's influence, turned wary of the man they once called friend. The Duke of Norfolk, once an ally of Cromwell, now viewed him with suspicion, understanding the power Cromwell held and the lengths he was willing to go to maintain it. The Old Guard, who had been loyal to Catherine of Aragon and the established order, had already begun to circle, hoping to capitalize on Cromwell's perceived weakening influence, but Cromwell knew how to survive in this environment. He was an expert at navigating the intricate web of loyalty and deceit that defined the court of Henry VIII. He had already seen the writing on the wall. He needed to consolidate his power quickly before the enemies he had made began to close in. With Anne out of the picture, Cromwell's focus shifted entirely to the new queen, Jane Seymour. He quickly discerned that Jane's placid, docile nature made her a much more politically malleable queen than Anne had been. She was exactly what Henry needed, a woman who could produce a male heir without the ideological ambition of Anne or Catherine. Cromwell's first move was to ingratiate himself with Jane's supporters, particularly her family. The Seymours had been loyal to Henry for years, and Cromwell understood that aligning himself with Jane's kin would ensure that he remained in favor with the new queen. He forged new alliances, reaching out to the Seymours, the conservatives at court, and even the Catholic factions who had been displeased by the earlier reforms. But these were delicate alliances. Many who once saw Cromwell as a tool for the Reformation were now questioning his loyalty to the king's desires. Some wondered if Cromwell, who had engineered the break from Rome, had merely been using the Reformation for his own political gain. Meanwhile, Cromwell's rivals in the court grew more determined to undo the influence he had worked so tirelessly to build. The Howards, led by the powerful Duke of Norfolk, were keenly aware of Cromwell's increasing control over the king and the court, and they saw an opportunity to strike. Cromwell's success had come at the expense of many established families, and their resentment was growing. The Howards, especially, were determined to reclaim their former influence. With Anne Boleyn's death, they saw an opening to restore the old order, a situation in which Cromwell was nothing more than a political casualty. One of Cromwell's greatest challenges was the shifting loyalty of the king himself. Henry's affections, though initially shifted toward Jane Seymour, had always been mercurial. Cromwell, who had once been indispensable to Henry, could not afford to lose his favor. He knew that Henry's volatile nature meant that no one, no matter how powerful, was ever truly safe. The king had a tendency to discard his closest advisers when they no longer served his purposes. If Cromwell did not find a way to solidify his position, he might very well be cast aside, much like the other men who had risen and fallen in Henry's service. Cromwell's rising anxiety was masked by his outward confidence. He began to pull the strings more carefully, manipulating the relationships around him to secure his place. The court was rife with gossip and intrigue, and Cromwell knew that if he could maintain the appearance of loyalty to Henry, while also maneuvering to protect his own interests, he could survive the coming storm. But his position was far from secure. The greatest threat to Cromwell came from within his own ranks. Men who had once been his loyal allies now began to question his methods. His rise to power had been swift and, at times, ruthless, and the price of his success had left many disgruntled. Some, like Thomas Wriothesley and Stephen Gardiner, saw Cromwell as an opportunist, a man who had manipulated events to his own advantage. The court's atmosphere of paranoia and rivalry only made it harder for Cromwell to discern who could truly be trusted. Cromwell's trust in men was always limited, but he had to rely on a select few to help him maintain his standing. He focused on strengthening his network of supporters within the bureaucracy and the legal system. He courted men like Thomas Audley, who had been useful in navigating the Reformation Parliament, and ensured that the king's closest advisers were kept loyal with favors, promises, and, when necessary, coercion. But as Cromwell's rivals closed in, one figure loomed large in the background: the Duke of Norfolk. Cromwell's relationship with Norfolk had always been tense, as the Duke had never fully embraced the Reformation or Cromwell's growing power. Now, with and out of the picture and Jane Seymour ascending to the Queen's throne, Norfolk saw an opportunity to rebuild his own influence. He had no love for Cromwell, whose rise had undermined the traditional power structures at court. Norfolk's schemes to dethrone Cromwell were subtle, relying on his long-standing relationships with key players at court, especially those loyal to the Catholic cause. Cromwell, ever the tactician, was aware of Norfolk's ambitions. The power struggle between them would soon come to a head, as Norfolk's faction would rally against Cromwell's reformist agenda. Cromwell could not afford to ignore this challenge. He began to shore up his position by pushing for the continuation of the religious reforms he had championed, hoping that the king's commitment to breaking with Rome would keep the conservatives at bay. But despite Cromwell's political acumen, he could not entirely avoid the growing resentment from those who had once been his allies. His machinations were beginning to unravel, and his power, once so secure, was now tenuous at best. Cromwell had learned long ago that the only constant in the Tudor court was change, and he would need to outmaneuver his enemies once more to ensure his survival. Betrayal in the shadows, whether from old friends or from long-standing enemies, was now the defining force in Cromwell's life. The court, a place built on shifting alliances and hidden motives, would continue to test his resolve. He had no illusions. In the world he inhabited, power could be fleeting, and loyalty was a currency as easily traded as gold. The only question that remained was whether Cromwell could continue to stay one step ahead of those who sought to bring him down. The shadow of betrayal loomed larger with each passing day. The political landscape of England had shifted irrevocably under the influence of Thomas Cromwell, but the changes were not confined solely to the throne and courtly intrigues. Beyond the intrigue and ambition that had propelled Cromwell's rise, a deeper, more profound transformation was taking root, one that would forever alter the religious and cultural fabric of the nation. The Protestant Reformation, which had already shaken Europe, now began to gain momentum in England, with Cromwell playing a pivotal role in the ideological shift that would sever the ties with the Roman Catholic Church and reshape English society. While Henry VIII's desire for a male heir and his eventual break with Rome had initially been driven by personal and political motives, Cromwell saw an opportunity to leverage the king's discontent for a broader and more lasting change. For Cromwell, the Reformation was not merely a tool to secure his position at court or a means of serving the king's whims. It was an ideal, an ideology, that promised to shift the balance of power within England, consolidate the monarch's authority, and, in Cromwell's eyes, modernize the kingdom. It was the beginning of a new England, one where the power of Rome would no longer hold sway over the king, the church, or the people. Cromwell, who had been a staunch supporter of reformist ideas since his early days, understood the importance of aligning himself with the growing currents of Protestant thought. Though England was still, in many ways, a deeply Catholic country, the ideas of reformers like Martin Luther, John Calvin, and others had begun to penetrate the intellectual circles of the court. These ideas, particularly the rejection of papal authority, the embrace of the vernacular Bible, and the emphasis on salvation through faith alone, resonated with Cromwell. He was not a theologian by training, but his pragmatism and political acumen allowed him to recognize the potential of the Reformation to reshape England's religious and political future. With Henry's desire to marry Anne Boleyn and his decision to break from Rome to secure his divorce from Catherine of Aragon, Cromwell was in a unique position to capitalize on the shifting religious currents. The king's break with the Catholic Church had been initially framed as a response to personal grievances, but as the rift deepened, it began to take on religious overtones. Henry, who had once been a defender of the faith in his loyalty to the Pope, now found himself at odds with Rome. His need to marry Anne and have a male heir had opened a door that Cromwell could walk through, an opportunity to push forward the cause of English reform, at a time when Rome's grip on the English monarchy was weakening. In the early years of Henry's reign, the Church had been an incredibly powerful institution. The Pope had controlled the ecclesiastical courts, the clergy had held considerable sway over the lives of the people, and the influence of the Catholic Church in England was undeniable. But as the Reformation gained ground in Europe, these traditional structures of power began to be questioned, and Cromwell saw the chance to undermine the papacy from within. The seeds of the Reformation began to take root in England in the early 1530s, under Cromwell's guidance. With Cromwell at the helm, Henry VIII sought to consolidate his power over the English Church, not just politically but spiritually. Cromwell's first major step toward this goal was to orchestrate the passage of the Act in Restraint of Appeals in 1533, which effectively cut off any further appeals to Rome in legal matters involving the English crown. By making the king the final authority on religious matters within his realm, this act was a direct attack on papal authority and set the stage for further reforms. It was a pivotal moment in the journey of English Protestantism. Cromwell, who had spent years in Italy and was well versed in the politics of the Catholic Church, understood the nuances of religious reform. He had seen firsthand how the Protestant ideas of Luther and Calvin were spreading across Europe and how they were shaking the foundation of traditional Catholicism. Cromwell's intellect and understanding of religious doctrine made him an effective advocate for the reforms taking place in England. But his true genius lay in his ability to marry these reformist ideas with the political ambitions of Henry VIII. As the Reformation spread across Europe, Cromwell saw an opportunity to align the Church of England with the growing Protestant movement, while also consolidating Henry's power. The king's desire for an annulment of his marriage to Catherine of Aragon had been the spark, but it was Cromwell's vision and influence that allowed the Protestant Reformation to truly take hold in England. By securing the king's authority over religious matters, Cromwell ensured that the English monarchy would become the central, unchallenged power in religious affairs, free from the interference of the Pope. In 1534, Cromwell played a crucial role in the passage of the Act of Supremacy, which declared Henry the supreme head of the Church of England. The act was a groundbreaking move that broke England definitively from the Catholic Church. The Pope's authority was now reduced to nothing in England, and Henry was free to appoint his own bishops, set his own religious policies, and control the Church's wealth. For Cromwell, this act was a monumental victory, not just for the monarchy but for his own vision of a reformed England. It was the fulfillment of his ambitions to see the Reformation solidified in England, ensuring that the king, rather than the Pope, held ultimate religious power. But the Reformation did not simply mean the severing of ties with Rome. It also set in motion a series of theological, social, and cultural changes that would transform England. As the new English Church began to take shape, Cromwell supported the translation of the Bible into English, an effort championed by reformers who believed that the Bible should be accessible to the common people. This shift away from Latin to the vernacular was not merely a matter of translation, it was a powerful symbolic act that challenged the authority of the clergy, who had long controlled religious knowledge, and opened the door for greater personal engagement with the Christian faith. Cromwell also promoted the dissolution of monasteries, an initiative that was as much about consolidating wealth and power for the crown as it was about religious reform. The wealth and land controlled by the monasteries were vast, and Henry, with Cromwell's advice, sought to bring that wealth under royal control. The dissolution was a deeply controversial move that alienated many in England, but Cromwell was instrumental in overseeing the process, ensuring that the monasteries were disbanded and their assets seized. This act was both a financial boon to the crown and a way to remove a powerful institutional force that might challenge Henry's new religious policies. Despite these successes, the Reformation's progress was not without opposition. Many of the clergy, as well as members of the nobility, resisted the changes, clinging to their loyalty to Rome and the traditions of the old church. Cromwell was not blind to the growing dissent, and he knew that the path he had set England on was fraught with peril. He also recognized that the new religious order was far from settled. The theological debates, the spread of Protestant ideas, and the rising tensions with Catholic factions were all part of the volatile landscape in which he worked. But for Cromwell, the seeds of Reformation had been firmly planted, and their fruits would take years to fully ripen. The changes he had championed were only the beginning of a much larger transformation, one that would ultimately alter the course of English history and challenge the very structure of society itself. While Cromwell's role in the Reformation would be questioned by many in later years, there was no denying that he had been its most effective architect, pulling England into the Protestant fold with a determination that would leave a lasting mark on the kingdom. The seeds of Reformation had been sown in England, and the winds of change were blowing in ways that no one, not even Cromwell, could fully anticipate. The foundation for a new religious and political order had been laid, but the true consequences of this upheaval would unfold over decades to come, as England grappled with the tension between old beliefs and new convictions. And Cromwell, ever the strategist, would continue to navigate this shifting landscape, always keenly aware that the cost of reform could be as high as the rewards. By the mid-1530s, Thomas Cromwell had ascended to the zenith of his power, his influence over the English court and its political machinations unmatched. He was no longer merely the king's secretary or the architect of Henry VIII's religious reforms, he had become the de facto ruler of England in all but name. With the Protestant Reformation gaining a firm foothold and the monarchy's authority over the Church of England solidified, Cromwell stood as the unchallenged master of the game of politics, religion, and power in the kingdom. Cromwell had always been a shrewd strategist, and now, with Henry VIII's court firmly under his control, he had turned his keen political mind to the task of shaping both the royal administration and the church's new structure in his image. The changes that Cromwell had instigated, the break from Rome, the establishment of royal supremacy, the dissolution of monasteries, and the new Anglican liturgy, had not only reshaped the religious landscape but also redefined the very nature of English governance. The king's word was now law, but it was Cromwell's guidance that dictated what that word would be. The dissolution of the monasteries, in particular, had cemented Cromwell's position as both a religious and political mastermind. By consolidating vast amounts of wealth and land under the crown, Cromwell ensured that Henry's financial coffers were filled, while also stripping the Catholic Church of its power base. Monasteries, once symbols of spiritual and economic power, were now nothing more than targets for Henry's growing ambitions, and Cromwell's machinations. The land seized from the monasteries was sold to the nobility, but Cromwell made sure that loyalists who supported his reforms were rewarded with some of the richest estates in England. This loyalty, in turn, helped cement Cromwell's control over the nobility, ensuring that his faction remained dominant. However, the dissolution also caused significant unrest in parts of the kingdom. While many of the crown's supporters benefited financially, the removal of the monasteries created a vacuum that left many peasants and rural communities without their usual sources of charity, care, and spiritual comfort. Resistance from the clergy, as well as from local communities loyal to the old Catholic faith, had begun to simmer, but Cromwell was a master at suppressing dissent. His network of spies and informants ensured that any hint of rebellion was swiftly crushed. Moreover, his ability to manipulate public opinion through propaganda, religious reform, and the careful placement of loyal supporters in positions of power allowed him to maintain his dominance. Beyond the ecclesiastical reforms, Cromwell's power also rested on his deft handling of the court's political intrigues. Henry VIII, though still a formidable monarch, had grown increasingly erratic in his behavior. His volatile moods, one day tender, the next murderous, had begun to alienate even those closest to him. But Cromwell knew how to navigate this minefield, knowing exactly when to flatter the king and when to remind him of his own greatness. His ability to anticipate Henry's desires, combined with his loyalty to the crown, allowed him to remain indispensable. At court, Cromwell's control was absolute. He appointed and removed key officials at will, reshaping the royal bureaucracy to reflect his vision. He installed loyalists in positions of power, such as the politically ambitious Thomas Audley, who became Lord Chancellor, and the hardline reformer, Richard Rich, who became Attorney General. Through these men, Cromwell ensured that his policies were carried out with ruthless efficiency. He also deftly neutralized any potential threats by using the legal system to eliminate rivals and dissenters. The court's power struggles had become an extension of Cromwell's own ambitions, and no one, not even the king, was exempt from the consequences of his careful manipulation. Cromwell had also consolidated his control over the Church of England, putting into place a system of bishops and archbishops who were loyal to Henry, but who were also responsive to his reformist policies. The Archbishop of Canterbury, Thomas Cranmer, was one of Cromwell's key allies, and together they ensured that Protestantism continued to grow in England, even as Catholic opposition lingered. Cromwell used the pulpit to his advantage, promoting reformist literature and ideas, and ensuring that Henry's reign would be marked by religious change. He had even begun to lay the groundwork for the establishment of a national church that would serve as a bulwark against both papal authority and the rising tide of Catholic opposition. Yet, as his influence expanded, so did the number of people who resented his power. Cromwell's ability to navigate the intricacies of court politics had earned him both admiration and disdain. Those who opposed his reforms saw him as a dangerous radical, while his supporters regarded him as a necessary agent of change. The political factions that had once rallied around Anne Boleyn, and the traditional Catholic factions that had resisted his rise, now seethed with anger. Cromwell had become a target for those who wished to see him undone. While he maintained a tight grip on the crown's authority, it was becoming increasingly clear that Cromwell's success had made him more vulnerable than ever. One of his greatest challenges came from within his own camp. As Cromwell became more powerful, he found himself beset by rivals who had grown jealous of his influence. The Duke of Norfolk, a long-standing member of the old aristocracy, had never fully trusted Cromwell. Though he had supported Cromwell's role in the fall of Anne Boleyn, Norfolk had always seen Cromwell as a commoner, a rising star whose meteoric ascent threatened to undermine the very foundations of the English aristocracy. Norfolk and his allies in the court, particularly the Catholic faction, would stop at nothing to bring Cromwell down. Even Cromwell's relationship with Henry began to show signs of strain. Henry had always been fickle, but now, in the wake of his marriages and the political upheaval that had followed, he began to question whether Cromwell's ambition had overstepped its bounds. While Cromwell had been instrumental in securing the king's break with Rome, Henry's relationship with his ministers had always been a delicate balance. The king could be easily swayed by his advisors and his emotions, and Cromwell's once solid position began to feel increasingly precarious. Despite these growing tensions, Cromwell continued to thrive. He was a master of the game, a man who understood the intricacies of power and who knew how to play his enemies against each other. He was ruthless when necessary, but he also knew when to be generous, rewarding loyalty and punishing betrayal with equal severity. His ability to stay ahead of his rivals, even when they sought to undermine him, was a testament to his political genius. And yet, Cromwell knew that this success came at a price. The higher one rose, the farther one had to fall. At the height of his power, Cromwell's ability to manipulate the king and control the court made him the most powerful man in England, second only to the monarch himself. But he also knew that the game he was playing was fraught with danger. He had no illusions that his position was secure. The tides of fortune could turn quickly, and Cromwell, ever the pragmatist, knew that his survival depended on his ability to adapt to the ever-changing landscape of Henry's court. Master of the game, he was, but for how long? By the late 1530s, Thomas Cromwell stood at the pinnacle of his power, but as he surveyed the landscape of his success, he began to sense the tremors of a new, more unpredictable challenge. Henry VIII, the man who had elevated him to his exalted position, was becoming increasingly volatile, and his demands, once a source of opportunity for Cromwell, had begun to test the very limits of the ambitious minister's influence. The king, whose desires were often mercurial, had entered a new phase of unpredictable erraticism that threatened not only his own sanity but the delicate balance of power that Cromwell had so carefully constructed. The king's mood swings, always a fixture of his personality, had grown more severe with time. One day, he was affectionate, even grateful to Cromwell for the support he had shown him in his various endeavors, his break with Rome, his marriage to Anne Boleyn, and the subsequent Reformation. But the next day, Henry could be temperamental, lashing out in anger over some perceived slight or issue that had no clear cause. His frustration over the lack of a male heir had only exacerbated these mood swings, and now, more than ever, he relied on Cromwell to manage the complex political landscape of the court and the kingdom. It was during these periods of emotional volatility that Cromwell's skill as a political strategist and court manipulator was truly put to the test. The king's demands became more pressing, often conflicting, and utterly unpredictable. On the one hand, Henry was determined to find a solution to the great matter, his unresolved marriage to Catherine of Aragon, and secure a male heir. On the other hand, he wanted to ensure that his new relationship with Anne Boleyn remained intact, despite growing tensions within the court. For Cromwell, these conflicting demands had become an exhausting balancing act. At the same time, the pressure for reform within the Church of England, which had been Cromwell's brainchild, continued to grow. While the king had broken from Rome, it was clear that his vision for the English Church was still in flux, and the future of the Reformation was uncertain. Cromwell found himself increasingly embroiled in theological debates and court politics, trying to push Henry's religious vision forward, even as the king's whims and desires shifted by the day. In the midst of this chaos, Cromwell's position, once seemingly unassailable, began to feel more precarious. As the king's demands grew more erratic, Cromwell realized that his ability to control the situation had limitations. The king, who had once trusted him implicitly, was becoming more skeptical of his influence. Henry's growing frustration with the pace of reform, coupled with his personal disappointments, most notably Anne Boleyn's inability to produce a male heir, were taking a toll on the king's already fragile temperament. He had begun to doubt Cromwell's advice and judgment, especially as the promises of a male heir, the very thing that had driven the Reformation and his break with Rome, seemed further and further out of reach. The king's demands became particularly acute following the birth of Elizabeth, Anne Boleyn's daughter, in 1533. While Henry adored his daughter, his yearning for a male heir had not abated. Anne's failure to produce a son had made her position increasingly tenuous at court, and the political stakes for Cromwell grew higher. The king, ever fickle, now turned to Cromwell with renewed urgency, demanding that something be done to secure a male heir. But Cromwell, for all his political maneuvering, had no easy solution to offer. He had helped to engineer the marriage to Anne, but the failure to deliver the long-awaited son was a setback neither of them had foreseen. Henry's frustration soon spilled over into his relationship with Cromwell. At one moment, the king would shower his minister with praise, recognizing Cromwell's indispensable role in his reign. At the next, he would seethe with anger over Anne's continuing failure to provide him with a male heir. This volatility made it increasingly difficult for Cromwell to stay ahead of the king's shifting moods. The days when Cromwell could rely on Henry's favor to secure his own position at court seemed to be slipping away. It was not just Anne's inability to bear a son that weighed on Henry's mind, it was his growing doubts about the legitimacy of his marriage to Anne herself. While Cromwell had been instrumental in facilitating the annulment of Henry's marriage to Catherine of Aragon, the king's anxiety over his marriage to Anne continued to grow. This uncertainty over his marital situation fed into his increasing demands for Cromwell to find a solution. Whether it was seeking counsel from foreign ambassadors or demanding that Cromwell secure the Pope's recognition of Anne's marriage, Henry's expectations seemed to know no bounds. As Henry's demands grew, Cromwell found himself caught in an emotional and political vice. On the one hand, he had to keep the king's confidence and ensure his place at court. On the other, he had to face the growing resentment and distrust that festered among the courtiers and the old nobility, many of whom saw Cromwell as an upstart, an ambitious commoner who had manipulated his way to the top. The political factions at court were beginning to realign, and Cromwell could sense the discontent bubbling just beneath the surface. The same men who had once been loyal to him now began to question his decisions, whispering doubts into the king's ear and calling into question the wisdom of Cromwell's reforms. The tension between Henry's personal frustration and his political needs was palpable. Cromwell's role as an intermediary, between the king and his courtiers, between the king and the church, between the king and the foreign powers, had become an almost impossible balancing act. Each day brought new demands, new expectations, and new challenges. And while Cromwell's intelligence and ambition had carried him through countless political crises, this new phase of Henry's reign was testing the limits of his abilities. Henry's unpredictability was increasingly evident in his personal life. His ever-present desire for a male heir continued to overshadow all other concerns, and his bitterness over Anne's inability to deliver one left Cromwell in a delicate position. Anne herself, once seen as a pawn in Cromwell's strategy to reshape the English Church, was now increasingly on the defensive. Her fragile position at court had become yet another issue that Cromwell had to manage. With Henry growing more distant from Anne and more dissatisfied with his marriage, Cromwell's position seemed to hinge on his ability to resolve this complex web of issues. By the end of 1535, it was clear that Cromwell's ability to manage the king's demands had become fraught with tension. Henry's frustration with Anne, the looming threat of rebellion in the north, the continued instability within the church, and the growing hostility from court rivals all contributed to a rising sense of unease. Cromwell had once been the king's indispensable advisor, but as Henry's demands grew more extreme, Cromwell began to wonder how long he could maintain his grip on power. The game was changing, and the question now was whether Cromwell could continue to play it, or whether the king's demands would finally break him. Henry VIII's erratic behavior, once an occasional inconvenience, had become a pressing crisis for Cromwell. The man who had once seemed invincible was now facing the consequences of his own ambition. Would he bend to the king's demands, or would the pressure finally crack the political foundation that Cromwell had so carefully constructed? The king's demands were relentless, and Cromwell's survival in the volatile world of Tudor politics would soon be put to its ultimate test. As Thomas Cromwell basked in the glow of his greatest triumphs, securing England's break with Rome, establishing the Church of England, and cementing his role as the king's indispensable right hand, the seeds of his downfall were already being sown. His rise to power had been built on deft political maneuvering, clever alliances, and ruthless pragmatism. But in a court as treacherous as Henry VIII's, even the most astute strategist was vulnerable to betrayal. As the years went by, Cromwell's rivals, once allies, began to circle like vultures, sensing an opportunity to strike. The same men who had once praised him for his ingenuity and loyalty now viewed him as a threat to their own positions. The increasing concentration of power in Cromwell's hands, coupled with his role in reshaping both the monarchy and the church, made him a prime target for those who longed for his downfall. The old guard, rooted in the Catholic traditions of the past, found his Protestant reforms anathema to their beliefs. Meanwhile, the rising aristocracy, though benefiting from the dissolution of the monasteries, had their own ambitions and wanted a return to the old hierarchies of power. Cromwell had always been aware of the political machinations at court, but now, the whispers grew louder. The Duke of Norfolk, a man who had once been a supporter of Cromwell's policies, was among the first to make his move. Norfolk's resentment of Cromwell had festered for years. Though Cromwell had helped secure his niece Anne Boleyn's place as queen, Norfolk had never fully trusted the low-born minister. He believed that Cromwell, with his rising influence, threatened the established power of the aristocracy. Moreover, Norfolk had long seen the decline of Anne Boleyn, and by 1536, it was clear that her position as queen was faltering. Anne's failure to produce a male heir and her increasingly strained relationship with Henry VIII were becoming liabilities that Norfolk could exploit. The fall of Anne Boleyn had begun, and Norfolk knew that her downfall would not only weaken Cromwell but could also be the catalyst to dismantle his power. Norfolk's faction began to quietly lay the groundwork for Cromwell's removal. Rumors were spread, both at court and abroad, that Cromwell had been too zealous in his reforms, alienating the Pope and Catholic Europe. His perceived religious extremism, coupled with the king's growing frustration with the lack of a male heir, became the perfect storm to discredit him. Norfolk was not alone in his desire to see Cromwell fall. The Queen's death had left Anne Boleyn's faction in disarray, but Cromwell's rivals were already moving swiftly to exploit her absence. The old Catholic loyalists, still stinging from the dismantling of their influence in the English Church, saw Cromwell as the man who had single-handedly destroyed their power base. These factions began to seek ways to turn Henry against him, using Cromwell's perceived failures, especially his inability to deliver a male heir through Anne, as leverage. The plot against Cromwell also involved men closer to the king, those who had once been loyal supporters but were now eager to see Cromwell fall from grace. The more conservative members of the court, led by figures like the Duke of Suffolk and Thomas More's supporters, began to quietly undermine Cromwell's policies. They planted seeds of doubt in Henry's mind, questioning the wisdom of Cromwell's reforms. They criticized the speed of religious change and the alienation of traditional Catholic allies, warning the king that England was on the verge of religious chaos. Even Cromwell's handling of the foreign policy, particularly his strained relationship with the Pope and the European Catholic powers, was scrutinized, and the king's frustrations were subtly channeled into growing distrust. Henry himself, increasingly unpredictable and dissatisfied with the outcome of his marriages and his inability to secure a male heir, was now the most dangerous factor in Cromwell's downfall. Once the king's most ardent supporter, Cromwell had become an easy target. Henry's volatile moods had always been a source of anxiety for Cromwell, but now the pressure from both the court and his own frustrations with the lack of a son were starting to take a toll. Henry's emotional instability, always a source of concern for Cromwell, was reaching new heights. The king was turning inward, questioning everything, including Cromwell's loyalties. As the court buzzed with rumors, the seeds of betrayal grew deeper. To protect himself, Cromwell sought to consolidate his alliances. He turned to men like Thomas Cranmer, Archbishop of Canterbury, and Thomas Audley, the Lord Chancellor, to shore up his position. But even his closest allies were now distracted by their own ambitions or their own fear of falling from grace alongside him. Cromwell's network of loyalists had once been a formidable force, but now the cracks in the foundation were becoming more apparent. His relationships with key players at court, particularly those in the royal household, began to weaken as they saw the writing on the wall. Cromwell's position had become a precarious balancing act, and every move he made was scrutinized, every decision weighed for its potential to please or anger the king. But it was not just his rivals in England who posed a threat. Foreign powers, particularly the Catholic monarchies of Europe, continued to view Cromwell's reforms with suspicion and hostility. His role in severing England from the Pope, his aggressive promotion of Protestantism, and his tactless handling of diplomatic relations had alienated many of the European powers that had once been allies or neutral parties. The Holy Roman Empire, Spain, and France, all once potential allies, had turned against England under Cromwell's leadership. This isolation put pressure on Henry VIII, who began to question Cromwell's ability to secure the kingdom's interests on the international stage. The situation was now a powder keg. Cromwell's enemies were no longer confined to the court or political factions but were spreading across Europe and deep into Henry's own psyche. The pressures mounting against him, from both internal and external forces, were beginning to close in, and Cromwell found himself with fewer places to turn. In his moments of solitude, Cromwell could feel the walls closing in. He was no longer the master of the game, but a player under siege. The political traps that had been set for him by his rivals had begun to snap shut, and his ability to navigate them with the same finesse that had carried him through countless crises was no longer enough. His enemies, once too weak to challenge him, were now poised to strike. And as the king's moods grew darker and more unpredictable, Cromwell knew that his survival in this treacherous court would depend on one thing: his ability to outmaneuver the very forces that had once been his greatest strength. But as he stood at the precipice, it was clear that even Cromwell's formidable talents might not be enough to escape the trap closing around him. Thomas Cromwell sat alone in his study, the flickering light from the candle casting long shadows on the stone walls of his chambers. Outside, the winds howled through the narrow streets of London, a cold reminder of the storm that was gathering, both outside and within. His mind raced through the events of the past few years: the rise of Anne Boleyn, the collapse of his carefully crafted vision for England, and the increasingly erratic behavior of Henry VIII. The ambitious, calculating man who had once believed he could control fate now found himself at the mercy of forces far beyond his grasp. As the architect of the English Reformation and the king's most trusted minister, Cromwell had amassed great power. He had engineered the break from Rome, secured the dissolution of the monasteries, and played a pivotal role in reshaping the kingdom's religious and political landscape. Yet, as the years passed, the true cost of his ambitions began to weigh heavily on him. The crown, once a symbol of potential and glory, now seemed like an insatiable beast, demanding sacrifices that no one had warned him of. His rise to power had been fueled by pragmatism, opportunism, and the belief that he could shape the future of England, even if it meant turning the kingdom upside down. In doing so, he had cast aside everything that had once been sacred to him: the loyalty to his fellow men, the old allegiances to the Catholic faith, and even his own sense of moral compass. The road to power had demanded that he become someone else, a man who could outthink, outmaneuver, and outlast all of his rivals. But now, as the echoes of betrayal reverberated through the halls of the court, Cromwell began to wonder if it had all been worth it. His mind turned to the personal cost, the sacrifices he had made on behalf of the king. Cromwell had lost friends, allies, and even family members in his pursuit of power. The relationships that had once been a source of solace had become strained or severed entirely. His old mentor, Cardinal Wolsey, had been replaced by Cromwell himself. He had once vowed to serve the late Cardinal's vision, but Wolsey's failure had been a stark reminder that no one, not even the most powerful men in the kingdom, could outrun their eventual fall from grace. Cromwell had taken up Wolsey's mantle, only to find that the higher he climbed, the more dangerous the fall. The tension in the court was palpable. Cromwell's role in Anne Boleyn's rise to power had seemed like a brilliant political maneuver, one that would secure England's future. But Anne, much like Henry's other wives, had failed to live up to the promises made in her name. The failure of Anne to provide Henry with a male heir had left Cromwell in a precarious position. Despite his role in securing her place as queen, he could feel the whispers of discontent rising around him. The king, once loyal to him, had begun to turn his gaze elsewhere, and the factions at court that had once supported his reforms were now growing hostile. Cromwell had steered the ship through turbulent waters, but he was beginning to wonder if he could maintain control much longer. The cost of ambition was not just political, it was personal. Cromwell had always prided himself on being a man of reason, a pragmatist who could see the big picture. But as the years passed, he began to see the cracks in the edifice he had built. The personal sacrifices he had made, cutting down rivals without hesitation, turning his back on the Catholic faith, and embracing a volatile king with insatiable demands, had left him feeling empty. His relationships with his family, especially with his son Gregory, had become strained. Gregory, a quiet and thoughtful boy, had once admired his father's intellect and ambition. But as Cromwell's power had grown, so had the distance between them. Gregory had begun to question his father's methods, and Cromwell had little patience for those who did not share his relentless drive for progress. And then there was his wife, Elizabeth. Once, they had shared a bond, however strained, of mutual understanding. Yet, as Cromwell ascended, she had become increasingly distant, as if aware of the dangers that came with her husband's ambition. She had never fully embraced the new faith that Cromwell had helped to establish, and over time, her silence had become a weight that hung over him. They were two people living parallel lives, bound together by duty, but no longer united by affection or shared purpose. The political landscape was also shifting around him. Once, Cromwell had been the master of court intrigue, pulling the strings and bending the will of the king to his advantage. But as rivals closed in and the king's mood grew ever more erratic, Cromwell began to see the fragility of his position. The king's demands had reached a fever pitch, and Cromwell, ever the loyal servant, had bent himself to meet them. But the cost of bending too far was becoming clear. Cromwell could feel the weight of the king's expectations bearing down on him, and with each passing day, it became harder to predict which way the winds would blow. Would the king's frustration with his failure to produce a male heir lead to Cromwell's downfall? Or would Henry's loyalty to him prove strong enough to weather the storm? In these quiet moments of reflection, Cromwell found himself wondering if it was all worth it. The power, the influence, the ability to reshape the world according to his vision, it all seemed so empty now, so fragile. He had set out to change England, to lead it into a new era. But in doing so, he had lost sight of the personal costs, the friendships destroyed, the alliances broken, and the distance that had grown between him and his own family. Was it worth the price he had paid to reach the top? Yet, despite the growing doubts, Cromwell knew that he could not turn back. He had come too far. His ambition had driven him to this point, and there was no easy escape. To relinquish his position would mean not just the loss of power, but the destruction of everything he had built. The king, once his greatest ally, had become a volatile and unpredictable force, and Cromwell's survival now depended on his ability to navigate the increasingly perilous waters of Henry's court. Every decision, every move, was a gamble. The price of power was steep, and the road ahead promised only more treachery and turmoil. As Cromwell gazed into the flickering candlelight, he realized that he had become a man of paradoxes, a visionary and a pragmatist, a man who had made England his kingdom but had lost his soul in the process. The price of power was not just measured in political victories or material wealth, it was measured in the sacrifices one made along the way. And for Cromwell, the cost of his ambition was now becoming painfully clear. He had gained the world, but at what cost to himself? As his rivals closed in and his enemies sharpened their knives, Cromwell was left to wonder if the price of power was more than he could bear. England had changed. The England Cromwell had known as a boy, the one he had served under Wolsey, and the one he had first entered into the halls of power, was no more. The medieval world of monarchs under the sway of the Pope, the influence of the Church in daily life, the grand monasteries dotting the countryside, and the old order of society, all had been irrevocably altered by Cromwell's actions. What had once seemed an impossible dream, the reformation of England both politically and religiously, was now a harsh, unyielding reality. Yet, as Cromwell gazed upon the kingdom he had reshaped, he could not escape the feeling that it was a landscape as barren as it was new. The dissolution of the monasteries, one of his most far-reaching achievements, had remade England's physical and spiritual terrain. The land that had once been rich with monastic estates, the heart of spiritual life and charity, was now carved into private holdings, its wealth redistributed to the crown, nobles, and the rising Protestant elite. The shrines, altars, and religious images that had adorned the churches were dismantled, and the stained glass windows that once glimmered with saints and holy figures were shattered. What was once a world steeped in ritual and Catholic tradition now bore the marks of Cromwell's Reformation, a harsh, stripped-back faith that seemed both radical and inevitable. On a political level, Cromwell had engineered the most radical change in England's governance in centuries. The break from Rome had severed the last remnants of medieval papal authority, transforming the English monarchy into a power unchallenged by external religious forces. The king was no longer a subject of the Pope but had become the supreme head of the Church in England. The Act of Supremacy had solidified Henry VIII's position as the spiritual leader of the kingdom, a claim he had long coveted but could never fully realize until Cromwell's intervention. The Church of England had been born, and it was Cromwell, more than anyone, who had ensured its foundations were laid. Yet, as Cromwell stood at the center of this transformed kingdom, he could not deny that the changes he had enacted were far from universally embraced. The seeds of division planted by the split from Rome had taken root, spreading through every corner of the land. The Protestant Reformation, though a powerful force in the kingdom, had not won the hearts of all. The old Catholic traditions were not so easily eradicated. Even as the king's banner flew proudly over a newly established church, pockets of Catholic resistance still clung to their beliefs. Catholic sympathizers, from the common people to the nobility, whispered of Cromwell's overreach, his betrayal of the true faith, and the king's rash decisions. The flames of religious strife were beginning to smolder. Cromwell's reforms had not just altered England's religious landscape, they had also reshaped its social fabric. The rise of a new class of Protestant gentry and merchants had been fueled by the dissolution of the monasteries and the redistribution of wealth. Men who had once been considered beneath the nobility, with no land or title to their names, were now granted lands and estates that had once belonged to the Church. The gentry, emboldened by Cromwell's policies, grew in influence, shifting the balance of power away from the old feudal system and creating a more modern, albeit volatile, society. Yet, the nobility, with its centuries-old sense of entitlement, looked upon these upstarts with disdain. Tensions between the new and old order were bound to erupt, and the fallout of this power shift was yet to be seen. Despite the sweeping changes Cromwell had enacted, the kingdom remained as unpredictable as ever. The king, once his strongest ally, had begun to grow weary of the reforms. His frustrations over the lack of a male heir and his constant need for affirmation had soured Henry's outlook on the very changes that had been Cromwell's crowning achievements. Henry's affection for Anne Boleyn had waned, and the Queen's inability to give him the long-desired son had made Cromwell's work appear, to the king, incomplete. The volatile Henry VIII, capable of turning on his closest allies with the same ease as he had turned on his wives, now seemed to view Cromwell as a man who had promised too much, and delivered too little. It was a precarious moment for England. The political and religious shifts that Cromwell had so carefully orchestrated were not yet settled, and the monarchy, although empowered by its new religious autonomy, was as unstable as ever. The Reformation, while a powerful tool to consolidate Henry's rule, had also set off a chain of events that could not be undone. The transformation of the kingdom had brought with it new fault lines, religious divides, political rivalries, and a fracturing of old alliances. In seeking to reshape England in his own image, Cromwell had set in motion forces that he could not entirely control. On a personal level, Cromwell felt the weight of the transformation pressing down on him. He had always been a man of change, a servant of the king, driven by ambition to reshape England according to his vision. But now, as he stood at the helm of this new kingdom, he began to question whether he had taken it too far. The price of power had never been clearer: the destruction of the old ways, the upheaval of centuries-old institutions, the alienation of the very people who had once supported him. The new order he had helped to create was fraught with peril, and Cromwell began to feel the burden of his own actions weighing on him more heavily than ever. As he surveyed the kingdom he had transformed, Cromwell was struck by an unsettling thought. Had he built something that could stand the test of time, or had he created a house of cards that could come crashing down at any moment? The foundation he had laid was one of ambition, reform, and a burning desire for change. But England's future was now in flux, and Cromwell knew that there were forces at work that could undo everything he had accomplished. The Reformation had brought England closer to his vision of a more modern, Protestant kingdom, but it had also opened the door to conflict, division, and religious strife. The echoes of the past, the old Catholic world that Cromwell had dismantled, still reverberated through the halls of the court and the minds of the people. The kingdom was now a battleground, not just of religion, but of power, loyalty, and identity. It was a kingdom transformed, but whether it could endure, or whether it would tear itself apart in the process, was yet to be seen. For Cromwell, the transformation of England had come at a steep price. The kingdom was no longer the place it once was, and neither was he. In reshaping England, he had reshaped himself, and now, as he looked upon the ruins of the old world, he could not escape the feeling that the price of this new England, this new world, was one he might never be able to pay. The corridors of power in Henry VIII's court were becoming increasingly treacherous. Once, Thomas Cromwell had been the master of strategy, the man who could manipulate events with the precision of a skilled architect, the one who forged paths where others saw walls. But now, as the political tides shifted, his alliances were fraying, and the stakes had never been higher. As the king's demands grew more unpredictable and his favor more volatile, Cromwell knew that his survival depended on securing new allies, alliances that would safeguard his position in a court brimming with rivals, resentment, and hidden daggers. At the heart of his strategy was a delicate balancing act. He needed to reinforce his influence with Henry, who had begun to view his longtime minister with a mixture of dependence and suspicion. The king's moods were mercurial, swinging from grudging admiration to outright hostility. Cromwell's position as the architect of England's break from Rome had made him indispensable, but it also made him a target. Every failure, every misstep in the court's drama, was laid at his feet. And as Anne Boleyn's hold on the king weakened with her inability to bear a male heir, Cromwell's work seemed incomplete, his power waning, the king's unrelenting desire for a male heir, his fractured relationship with Anne, and his growing frustration with the political and religious reforms Cromwell had initiated meant that Cromwell had to tread carefully. To hold his place in the court, Cromwell could no longer rely solely on his loyalty to Henry. He had to secure the loyalty of those who could tip the balance of power in his favor. Cromwell's first move was to court the favor of the powerful noble factions that had long eyed him with suspicion. The old nobility, with their centuries of tradition and wealth, had always resented Cromwell's rise from humble origins. They viewed him with disdain, seeing him as an outsider, a low-born man who had ascended through the ranks not by virtue of birthright but by his cunning and ruthlessness. But in times of crisis, even the most entrenched factions understood the necessity of strategic alliances. To that end, Cromwell reached out to the powerful Seymour family, who had long been rivals to the Boleyn faction at court. The Seymours, with their ties to the old nobility, had once been lukewarm in their support of Cromwell's reforms. However, with Anne Boleyn's star fading and her enemies circling, the Seymours saw an opportunity. Henry's attention had begun to turn toward Jane Seymour, the beautiful, unassuming lady-in-waiting who would later become his third wife. Cromwell, ever the pragmatist, understood that the Seymour family would be crucial in maintaining his position. Aligning himself with Jane's family now could ensure Cromwell's continued influence, even if the Boleyn faction eventually fell, but alliances with the old nobility were fraught with danger. Cromwell knew all too well that these families had their own agendas, and their support was never guaranteed. While outwardly cordial, these noble houses would turn on him in an instant if they saw it served their interests. The Seymours, for example, would be just as eager to see Cromwell's fall as they were to see themselves rise. Cromwell had to keep his eye on their ambitions while maintaining a delicate public alliance. Meanwhile, Cromwell began to seek new alliances within the growing Protestant faction, the very movement that had brought him to power in the first place. As the Protestant Reformation spread throughout Europe, England was slowly becoming the battleground for its ideological clash. Cromwell, who had helped secure the break from Rome and encouraged the growth of Protestant ideas in the kingdom, now found himself looking to protect these gains. He began to forge deeper ties with the leading Protestant reformers in England, including figures like Thomas Cranmer, the Archbishop of Canterbury, and the powerful preacher Hugh Latimer. The Protestant movement, while a source of strength for Cromwell, was also a source of danger. Many in the court and the kingdom remained firmly attached to the old Catholic faith. There were rumors of plots and conspiracies, of rebellion brewing in the north of England. The uprising of the Pilgrimage of Grace had shown that Catholic resistance to Cromwell's reforms could no longer be ignored. To counter this, Cromwell worked to reinforce his influence over the Protestant movement. Aligning himself with figures like Cranmer would help solidify his position as the key figure in the new religious landscape of England, but there was another, more dangerous alliance Cromwell was forced to consider: his growing relationship with the king's enemies, those men and women who could be counted on to oppose the Boleyn faction and Anne's increasingly fragile position. One such figure was the Duke of Norfolk, the leader of the conservative faction at court. Though Cromwell had long seen Norfolk as a rival, the fall of Anne and the turmoil that had followed could offer Cromwell an opportunity to strike a deal. The Duke of Norfolk had once been a vocal critic of Cromwell's Protestant sympathies, but as the political tide shifted, it seemed that his interests might align with Cromwell's. An alliance with Norfolk would give Cromwell access to the old guard of the court, a powerful group of men who could wield influence with Henry in ways Cromwell's newer alliances could not. Yet, Cromwell knew that working with Norfolk came with great risks. Norfolk was no fool. He had been at court longer than Cromwell and understood the intricacies of power better than anyone. Aligning himself with such a seasoned rival required a level of trust, and Cromwell could never fully trust someone whose ambitions were just as great as his own. If Norfolk turned against him, it could mean Cromwell's end. Amidst these complicated alliances, Cromwell also had to deal with the ever-present threat of treachery within his own ranks. His loyal servants and allies, men like Richard Rich, Thomas Wriothesley, and Stephen Gardiner, had grown restless. Power breeds ambition, and Cromwell's rise had left many of his former allies jockeying for position, eager to claim his power as their own. The knives were out, and Cromwell had to keep a constant watch over his back. As the tension in the court grew, Cromwell found himself walking a tightrope. His alliances with the nobility, the Protestants, and the old royal factions were fragile, each one dependent on the shifting winds of Henry's favor. The king's mood swings, Anne's waning influence, and the power struggles that raged behind the scenes left Cromwell with little room for error. He had once been the master of court politics, but now he found himself in a far more precarious position. Every decision he made, every hand he shook, was fraught with danger. In the end, Cromwell understood that the price of power was not just measured in political victories or the consolidation of wealth, it was measured in the alliances he forged and the betrayals he endured. He had built his empire on the foundations of ambition, cunning, and ruthless pragmatism. But as his rivals closed in and the king's demands grew ever more erratic, Cromwell began to wonder if he had made a fatal mistake in trusting so many dangerous allies. The court was a battlefield, and Cromwell was a soldier who had learned that in this war, even the strongest alliances could be shattered in an instant. The long wait had finally come to an end. After years of frustration, anger, and unrelenting pressure, Henry VIII had secured what he had so desperately craved: a male heir. On the 12th of October, 1537, Jane Seymour, his third wife, gave birth to a healthy son, Edward. The court erupted in jubilation, the bells rang out across the land, and for the first time in over 2 decades, Henry VIII could finally breathe easy, secure in the knowledge that his dynasty would not end with his death. the birth of Edward VI was a moment of triumph for the king, a victory that seemed to vindicate everything he had fought for: his break with Rome, the dissolution of the monasteries, and the tumultuous marriage to Anne Boleyn. Now, with a male heir to the throne, Henry could rest assured that his line would continue, and the anxieties that had dogged him for so many years would be put to rest. The future of the Tudor dynasty was secure, and Henry's reign would go down in history as the one that ushered in a new era for England. The news of the birth was greeted with great celebration throughout the kingdom. For Henry, it was the crowning achievement of his reign, a moment of personal and political triumph. The birth of Edward was seen as a divine reward for the king's perseverance, a sign that his break with Rome had been justified, that God had smiled upon him and his new wife, Jane Seymour. Henry lavished his new queen with affection, his love for her unshaken by the years of torment he had endured with his previous wives. For Jane, the birth of a son cemented her position as the most important woman in England. Anne Boleyn, once the queen and the center of Henry's affections, had long been relegated to the past, and now Jane Seymour, ever calm and gentle, would rise to the heights of royal favor. Yet, amid the jubilation and feasts that followed Edward's birth, Thomas Cromwell could not shake a growing sense of unease. He had played a key role in ensuring Anne Boleyn's ascent to the throne, in managing the king's marriage to Catherine of Aragon, and in navigating the tumultuous political waters of the Reformation. He had helped orchestrate Henry's break with the Pope and the establishment of the Church of England. But now, with an heir secured, Cromwell began to feel a shift in the air, a shift that suggested his usefulness to the king was coming to an end. For Henry VIII, the quest for a male heir had been an obsession, an unyielding force that had shaped much of his reign. Now that he had finally achieved this, Cromwell's role in the court's machinations seemed less critical. His influence had been essential in securing the annulment from Catherine of Aragon, in fostering the relationship with Anne Boleyn, and in establishing the religious reforms that would define England's future. But with the birth of Edward, it seemed to Cromwell that the king's mind was no longer focused on the reforms he had pioneered. The great political battles had been won, and the future of the monarchy was now in the hands of Henry's son. The change in Henry's attitude was subtle at first but unmistakable. Cromwell had long been a close advisor, a confidant, and the architect of much of Henry's policies, but the king's newfound joy over his son shifted his focus to a different set of priorities. Now that he had an heir, Henry's desires began to center around the glory of his own dynasty, an obsession with securing the future of the Tudor line, rather than the political or religious upheavals Cromwell had engineered. Cromwell watched as the court rallied around the new heir, as Jane Seymour basked in her newfound glory, and as the king's attention shifted away from the Protestant reforms that had been his lifeblood. The factions at court were already beginning to divide, as the nobility and the rising Protestant elites jockeyed for power. But what worried Cromwell the most was that the old nobility, once so vehemently opposed to his reforms, now saw in the birth of Edward the end of the era of political turbulence. The old order had been restored in part. The king had a son, an heir, and with that, the long shadow of Henry's search for legitimacy seemed to have passed. That it was a victory for the monarchy, a victory for Henry, but not necessarily for Cromwell. He had been indispensable to the king's rise, the architect of his new church, and the master of court politics. But Cromwell was not blind. He knew that with the securing of the male heir, Henry's reign would shift focus. The king had achieved his greatest ambition, and for Cromwell, that meant his own future was less certain. He had no children of his own, no clear successor to inherit his influence in the court. He had climbed to the very top of the political ladder, but now that the king had what he wanted, Cromwell sensed that his own position could easily become expendable. Moreover, Cromwell was aware of the brewing tensions at court. The fall of Anne Boleyn had set off a chain reaction that had left many with unresolved grievances and unfulfilled ambitions. Anne's enemies were now emboldened, and Cromwell's ties to her, both personally and politically, had left him vulnerable. With Jane Seymour now securely in favor, those who had once backed Anne's cause, those who had been allies of Cromwell, were now turning their sights on the new Queen's faction. The rise of Jane Seymour was, in many ways, the rise of new players in the game, and Cromwell, ever the strategist, realized that he could no longer count on the alliances that had served him so well in the past. In the aftermath of Edward's birth, the court became a battleground once more. The factions at court, once divided by the question of the king's marriage and the legitimacy of his heirs, were now reshaped by the emergence of the new prince. The political landscape that Cromwell had worked so hard to manipulate was shifting beneath his feet. He had helped to create this new England, this new world, but now, he was starting to realize that in doing so, he had also made himself a target. The birth of Edward had given Henry a sense of closure, but for Cromwell, it was the beginning of a new struggle. As he stood in the court, watching the celebrations and hearing the praises of Jane Seymour, Cromwell could not help but wonder how long his position would last. The king had what he wanted, an heir. And with that, Cromwell felt the sharp sting of his own precariousness. His power had always been tied to Henry's desires, to the king's need for an advisor, a fixer, a man who could make the impossible happen. But now that the king had secured his legacy, Cromwell feared that his own legacy would be much shorter. The court was already beginning to look to the future of the Tudor dynasty, and in that future, there was little room for men like Cromwell, whose ambition had once been indispensable but now seemed like an old, fading memory. In the silence that followed the birth of Edward, Cromwell realized that the greatest danger of all was not just the political challenges that lay ahead but the quiet erosion of his importance. He had given Henry VIII everything the king had asked for, but now, with an heir secured, Cromwell was forced to face a harsh truth. He had given so much to the king's glory that he had left little room for his own. The price of power had never been clearer. When your value is tied to someone else's ambition, there is always a chance that, once their desires are fulfilled, you may be left with nothing. The celebrations that had followed the birth of Edward VI were brief. The rejoicing throughout the court and the kingdom had been loud, but the euphoria quickly began to fade. The focus of Henry VIII's court now shifted from the joy of securing a male heir to the increasingly tense and unpredictable environment that had always defined the king's reign. With Edward's birth, Henry's focus on his dynasty had intensified, but so too had his volatile nature. For Thomas Cromwell, it wasn't long before the subtle signs of danger began to surface. He had long been the king's most trusted advisor, a master of court politics, and the architect of Henry's religious transformation. But now, as the king basked in the glow of his son's birth, Cromwell could feel his own position slipping. Henry had always been a king of contradictions, one moment tender and thoughtful, the next enraged and unreasonably cruel. But now, there was a new edge to his anger, a new bitterness in his words, and Cromwell, ever the keen observer, understood that his proximity to the king's tumultuous emotions was no longer an advantage. It was a liability. The first signs of trouble came when Henry, in a fit of temper, lashed out at Cromwell over a seemingly minor issue. It was a matter of finances, but the king's fury was disproportionate, his accusations unfounded. Cromwell, as always, remained calm, his eyes never leaving the king's face as Henry raged. But in the back of his mind, Cromwell began to sense something more insidious. Henry's wrath was no longer just a fleeting burst of frustration. It was a deeper, more personal anger, one directed squarely at Cromwell himself. The roots of the king's anger lay in a combination of factors. First, there was the renewed political instability in the court. With the birth of Edward, the delicate balance of power had shifted. No longer was the question of succession hanging in the balance. Now, the focus was on consolidating the future of the Tudor dynasty, which meant a new round of political maneuvering, alliances, and rivalries. Cromwell's influence, which had once been unassailable, was now being challenged on multiple fronts. His role in securing Anne Boleyn's rise, as well as his hand in the Reformation, had alienated many of the old guard, and with Edward's birth, many of them saw Cromwell's influence as unnecessary, even dangerous. Then there was the growing discontent among the Catholic factions, who had been silenced but not vanquished. Henry's split from Rome and his establishment of the Church of England had irrevocably fractured the unity of Christendom, but it had also created deep divisions within the English court itself. The king, though outwardly resolute in his decision, was beginning to feel the weight of these divisions. He was no longer just a monarch, he was the leader of a deeply divided nation, and the tension that had been bubbling beneath the surface now threatened to boil over. Cromwell's own machinations, the purging of the old Catholic influence, the dismantling of the monasteries, and the rise of Protestant reformers, had made him indispensable to Henry in the past. But as Henry's desire for stability grew, so too did his fears of the chaos that Cromwell's policies had wrought. The king, for all his ambitions, was a man who craved certainty and control, and Cromwell's reforms had left the country in a state of constant flux. In Henry's eyes, the success of his heir had made the Reformation seem less urgent. Now, his focus was on securing his dynasty, not on ideological battles or religious reform. And Cromwell, with his relentless drive to reshape England, was now seen as a figure who threatened to destabilize everything Henry had worked so hard to achieve. Cromwell had always known the dangers of power, but now, as the king's fury grew, he realized just how precarious his position had become. The fact that Henry's anger was focused on him was not just a personal slight, it was a clear signal that Cromwell's influence was waning. The king's wrath, once a tool Cromwell could manipulate, had now become a force that could destroy him. It was during a meeting in the royal chambers, where Cromwell had been summoned to explain a set of policies related to the church and royal finances, that Henry's temper truly erupted. The conversation had started calmly enough, but as Cromwell detailed the latest reforms, Henry's frustration began to grow. There were murmurs of dissent among the nobility, whispers of rebellion in the countryside, and Henry's patience, always thin, snapped, "Do you think I cannot see the mess you've made of this?" Henry's voice was low but charged with barely contained fury. "You have torn the country apart, Cromwell. I have a son now. A son. And yet you continue to destroy everything that should unite England. What is it you truly want? Do you believe that the kingdom will be better served by your endless tinkering with the church and its laws?" Cromwell, for all his political genius, had never been good at reading Henry when the king's anger was fully unleashed. He had watched Henry kill 2 wives, send an army into battle, and break from Rome without a second thought, but this was different. This was personal. "I only seek to do what is necessary for the good of England, Your Majesty," Cromwell replied, keeping his voice steady. "The reforms are not an end, but a means to ensure your legacy is secure." Henry's eyes narrowed. "Secure my legacy?" he spat. "I have a son now, Cromwell. My legacy is assured. And if you don't understand that, then you've outlived your usefulness." The words hung in the air, thick with the weight of their meaning. For Cromwell, it was a moment of reckoning. The king had always depended on him, but now, with an heir born, Cromwell's power felt fragile. The very thing that had made him indispensable, his ability to adapt to the king's shifting desires, was now working against him. Henry no longer needed the man who had secured his succession. Now, he needed stability. And Cromwell, despite all his schemes and successes, was a symbol of the chaos that had plagued England for so long. The meeting ended abruptly, Henry dismissing Cromwell with a wave of his hand, the air thick with unresolved tension. Cromwell left the room, his heart pounding, the sting of Henry's wrath still fresh. He had survived countless political storms, weathered conspiracies, and manipulated alliances, but the king's wrath was a new kind of threat. It was unpredictable, dangerous, and now, it was turned squarely on him. As Cromwell walked down the corridors of the palace, he couldn't shake the feeling that his time was running out. Henry had what he wanted, a son, an heir. Cromwell had delivered, and now, the king no longer saw him as a necessary tool but as a reminder of the political battles that were now behind them. The Reformation, the dissolution of the monasteries, the breaking from Rome, these had all been steps toward securing Henry's dynasty, but now that the dynasty was secure, Cromwell could feel his own role fading. The king's wrath was not just a personal vendetta. It was a harbinger of the political storm that would soon engulf Cromwell. He had been the architect of Henry's greatest triumphs, but now, as the king's focus turned to the stability of his reign, Cromwell feared that he had become an unwelcome reminder of a past that Henry was eager to leave behind. As the months passed since the birth of Edward VI, Cromwell's sense of security evaporated like the mist at dawn. The court, once a carefully orchestrated dance of alliances, favors, and feigned affection, had become a treacherous battlefield. The king's wrath, which had been unpredictable but contained, was now steadily directed toward the very man who had once been his most trusted advisor. Yet, it was not just Henry's shifting mood that threatened Cromwell's position, it was the growing number of enemies gathering at the gates of his power, watching for the right moment to strike. When Henry had wanted an heir, Cromwell had been his most loyal instrument, dismantling the old order, breaking with Rome, and securing Anne Boleyn's rise to the throne. But now, the king had what he wanted, a son. And in the eyes of many, Cromwell had become a symbol of the turbulence, the upheaval, and the reforms that had left England divided and uncertain. As the king's attention turned toward his son and the stability of his dynasty, Cromwell was left vulnerable, exposed to a rising tide of opposition. The nobility, who had long resented Cromwell's influence, were the first to sense an opportunity. The powerful families who had once been threatened by his reforms now saw the moment to restore their own power. These were men who had lost estates, influence, and wealth in the wake of Cromwell's dissolution of the monasteries and his creation of the Church of England. They had been pushed aside in favor of Cromwell's new allies, the rising Protestant elite, and now, with the king's attention elsewhere, they began to move in the shadows, whispering to one another about the need to restore the old order. At the forefront of these conspirators was Thomas Howard, the Duke of Norfolk, an experienced courtier with deep roots in the traditional Catholic factions. He had long resented Cromwell's growing influence, which had threatened not only his own power but the old ways of England's nobility. Now that Anne Boleyn's fall had cleared the path for Jane Seymour's rise, Norfolk saw his chance to eliminate the one man standing in his way. The Duke had never forgiven Cromwell for his role in securing Anne's ascent, and the tensions between them had only grown as the Protestant Reformation took hold. Alongside Norfolk, another formidable rival was emerging, Stephen Gardiner, Bishop of Winchester. A staunch Catholic who had bitterly opposed the break with Rome, Gardiner had once been sidelined by Cromwell's reforms. Now, with the king's focus shifting to his son, Gardiner saw a chance to use his influence with Henry to discredit Cromwell and return England to the Catholic fold. He and Norfolk formed a dangerous alliance, one built on shared resentment of Cromwell's policies and a desire to turn the clock back to a time when the Catholic Church held sway over English affairs. These two, Norfolk and Gardiner, were not the only ones circling Cromwell like vultures. The growing dissatisfaction within the court was palpable. The nobility, who had been forced to bend to Cromwell's will, now began to question whether their loyalty to the king had been misplaced. They saw the birth of Edward as a turning point, a signal that the king's desire for radical change had been fulfilled. The very policies that Cromwell had championed, his break from Rome, the establishment of the Church of England, and the dissolution of the monasteries, were now being questioned by those who had once supported them. Was the price of such sweeping changes too high? Was Cromwell's influence really what England needed in the aftermath of securing the monarchy's future? The rumors swirling around Cromwell's fall were made all the more dangerous by the factions that had gained strength in the court. Once loyal men, who had followed Cromwell's lead and worked with him to reshape the country, were now looking for ways to distance themselves from the chaos that had followed in his wake. These former allies were no longer content to be silent and complicit. They began to speak openly about Cromwell's overreach, his tendency to act without consulting the king, and his manipulation of Henry's temper for his own ends. The seeds of betrayal, which had been planted years ago, were now beginning to sprout, and then, there were the whispers. Cromwell had long been a master of rumor and intrigue, but now the tables were turning. People began to whisper about his failure to secure a truly stable future for England. While Henry had been focused on the birth of Edward, and the religious schism had settled into an uneasy peace, Cromwell's enemies began to suggest that the country was fractured beyond repair. They pointed to the Protestant Reformation, which had alienated Catholic loyalists, and the dissolution of the monasteries, which had caused unrest among the common people. The nobility, many of whom had lost their influence, were now positioning themselves as the voice of reason, advocating for a return to traditional values. Cromwell knew the danger these men posed. Norfolk, Gardiner, and their allies were more than just political rivals, they were entrenched in the very fabric of the court, with deep ties to Henry's inner circle. They had access to the king, and they knew how to manipulate the currents of power to their advantage. But it wasn't just these powerful figures he had to worry about. The whispers from the common people, the rumors of rebellion in the countryside, and the threats from foreign enemies, all of these forces were aligning against him. What Cromwell had feared was now unfolding before him. He had become a man without allies in a kingdom full of enemies. His influence with the king was waning, and with the birth of Edward, the king's need for Cromwell's services seemed less urgent. Henry had always valued Cromwell for his ability to get things done, but now, with an heir secured and his dynasty assured, Henry no longer seemed to view Cromwell as indispensable. Cromwell, ever the strategist, knew that the time had come to act. The enemies at the gates were closing in, and he needed to shore up his position before it was too late. But how? The king, in his unpredictable nature, could turn on him at any moment. And the political currents in court were now so turbulent that even the smallest misstep could send him into ruin. He reached out to his remaining allies, trying to solidify the political base that had once supported him. He sought to regain the favor of the king, to remind Henry of all that he had done to secure his dynasty, but he knew that even this might not be enough. His enemies were too powerful, too entrenched, and the very nature of Henry's temperament made him a dangerous man to rely upon. Cromwell's power had always been fragile, but now, it seemed to be teetering on the edge of collapse. As he sat in his chambers, reflecting on his situation, Cromwell could not help but feel the weight of the past pressing down upon him. He had fought for the king's favor, for the Reformation, for a new order in England. But in doing so, he had made enemies of the very people who now threatened to bring him down. The court, once a place where Cromwell had been the master of men, had become a place where his every move was watched, his every action scrutinized. He had no time to waste, no room for error. His enemies were gathering strength, and the time to strike was now. The king's wrath was only one part of the storm that was coming for Cromwell. The forces that had once seen him as their champion were now the very forces that sought to destroy him. The gates were closing in. The day of reckoning had arrived. It wasn't just Cromwell's political career that was at risk now, his very life hung in the balance. The storm that had been brewing in the shadows of the court had finally erupted, and he found himself facing the consequences of his rise to power. The king's favor, once a shield, now seemed like a distant memory, and the enemies he had accumulated, those he had once considered allies, were now determined to see him fall. The charges against him were numerous: corruption, abuse of power, manipulation of the king's trust, and the assertion that Cromwell had plotted to undermine the throne in favor of his own ambition. These were the accusations that would be leveled against him in a trial that promised to be as much a political spectacle as a legal proceeding. It began with the whispers, the rumors that spread through the court like wildfire. Some said that Cromwell had fallen out of favor because of his failure to secure an enduring peace among England's divided factions. Others claimed that the Reformation itself, the very heart of Cromwell's reforms, had now alienated too many powerful figures. Henry's new queen, Jane Seymour, had no love for Cromwell, and her faction within the court was eager to see him removed. And Boleyn's memory, still fresh in the minds of many, also worked against him. He had orchestrated her rise, but now that she was gone, the political landscape had shifted, and Cromwell was seen as a remnant of a dangerous past. The trial was set in the Parliament House, an arena where politics and justice collided in the harshest of ways. It wasn't just a matter of law, it was a matter of survival. Cromwell stood accused not only by his enemies but by former allies, men who had once sworn loyalty to him but who now sought to distance themselves from the wreckage he had created. Among the accusers was Thomas Howard, the Duke of Norfolk, who had long harbored resentment for Cromwell's power. It was he who had orchestrated the charges of treason and corruption that would be used against Cromwell. Howard was no stranger to the workings of the court. He knew how to use the king's temper to his advantage, and he now stood ready to exploit Henry's shifting moods to bring Cromwell to ruin. Also leading the charge against Cromwell was Stephen Gardiner, Bishop of Winchester. Gardiner, who had once been a silent observer of the Reformation, now emerged as a powerful voice against the man who had led it. He accused Cromwell of undermining the Catholic faith, of using his position to promote his own power at the expense of England's soul. Gardiner's arguments, rooted in the bitter divisions between Catholic and Protestant factions, had a certain moral weight that the court could not easily ignore. For Gardiner, the trial wasn't just a political contest, it was a moral crusade against the very forces that had reshaped the kingdom. But it wasn't only Gardiner and Norfolk who stood against Cromwell. His old ally, Thomas Cranmer, Archbishop of Canterbury, whom Cromwell had once elevated to his powerful position, was now distanced from him. Though Cranmer had initially been supportive of the king's break with Rome, the archbishop had grown more cautious in the wake of the tumultuous changes Cromwell had set in motion. Now, Cranmer's wavering loyalty would be used against Cromwell in the trial. The charges against him were not only political, they were deeply personal. Cromwell's ambitious rise, his manipulation of Henry's temper, his role in the execution of Anne Boleyn, and his aggressive push for Protestant reforms all came under fire. These charges were wrapped in a narrative of betrayal. Cromwell was painted as a man who had used his close relationship with the king to amass power for himself, to further his own agenda, without regard for the stability of the kingdom. The king, though largely silent throughout the trial, played an indirect but crucial role. Henry's mood was ever-changing, and it was clear that he was torn between his once loyal servant and the growing tide of discontent that now filled the court. He had benefited from Cromwell's counsel and had trusted him with the most important matters of state. But now, the king was wary. Henry was known for his sudden and brutal decisions, and he could not be relied upon to intervene on Cromwell's behalf. His personal disillusionment with the man who had once been his closest confidant was evident, even if unspoken. In the end, it would be Henry's decision that could tip the scales, either in Cromwell's favor or toward his final downfall. As Cromwell entered the hall where the trial was to be held, the weight of the moment bore down on him. His once imposing presence seemed diminished now, and the air was thick with the tension of his impending fate. The court was full, and the faces that once greeted him with respect and reverence now looked at him with a mix of curiosity, resentment, and fear. The trial began with the formal reading of the charges. Cromwell stood tall, though his heart beat in his chest like a war drum. He listened as the accusations were laid out, that he had conspired to weaken the throne, that he had used his influence over the king to secure his own advancement, and that he had acted in his own interests at the expense of England's future. His enemies painted him as a man who had wielded power recklessly, who had pushed England into a series of reforms that had created division and chaos. They claimed that his ambition had clouded his judgment, that he had manipulated Henry's emotions, and that the country was now suffering because of it, but Cromwell, as ever, was not easily defeated. He responded with the calm dignity that had once made him such a formidable figure. He reminded the court of the great changes he had brought to England, the breaking of the papal yoke, the creation of the Church of England, the consolidation of royal power, and the securing of a male heir to the throne. He argued that his actions, though controversial, had been driven by a deep loyalty to the king and to the future of the monarchy. His ambitions, he insisted, had always been in service to the crown. He was not a man who had sought power for its own sake, but a servant of the king's vision for England's future, yet the evidence against him was damning. Documents were produced that seemed to show his involvement in a series of controversial decisions that had ultimately led to political instability. Witnesses were called to testify to his arrogance, his overreach, and his manipulation of the king's favor. Cromwell's enemies painted him as a man who had played with the very fabric of England's traditions, a man who had altered the course of history without truly understanding the consequences of his actions. The trial, though a legal process, quickly became a battle for the hearts and minds of those who had supported Cromwell and those who had opposed him. As the charges mounted, Cromwell's strength began to falter. He had always prided himself on his ability to control situations, to steer events in his favor, but now he was facing a tide of opposition he could not fight alone. His allies, those who had once stood by him, were now conspicuously absent. Those who remained were hesitant, unwilling to risk their own necks for a man who had once seemed invincible. As the trial dragged on, it became clear that the odds were stacked against Cromwell. His enemies, emboldened by the support of powerful factions within the court, began to close in for the kill. Every word he spoke, every attempt to defend himself, seemed to fuel the flames of his downfall. The courtroom, once a place where Cromwell had held sway, now seemed like a theater of his destruction. His fate, it seemed, was no longer in his hands. The trial was a crucible, a trial by fire in which Cromwell would have to confront the consequences of his ambition, his schemes, and the very decisions that had made him the most powerful man in England. Would he survive this final test, or would his enemies succeed in bringing him to ruin? The court watched, breathless, as the fate of one of England's most formidable men was decided. Cromwell's heart raced as he sat in his cell, staring at the stone walls that had once been a distant prospect in his mind, not the grim reality he now faced. The trial was over, and the outcome was all but decided. His enemies, Norfolk, Gardiner, and the factions that had rallied against him, had made their case, and the king, silent as ever, seemed distant, as though he were observing from afar, detached from the fate of his former servant. Cromwell knew better than anyone that the king's favor could change like the wind. It could turn on him just as quickly as it had once been bestowed. The last few weeks had been a blur of legal proceedings, accusations, and political maneuvering. Cromwell's defenses had been met with skepticism, and the allies who had once shared his vision for a reformed England were nowhere to be found. It seemed as if the very men who had once praised him for his ambition and cunning were now the ones leading the charge for his downfall. Even Thomas Cranmer, the man he had once elevated to the Archbishopric of Canterbury, had distanced himself, wary of the shifting tides and uncertain of Cromwell's ability to survive this storm. But Cromwell was not a man who gave up easily. He had risen from the lowest rungs of society to become one of the most powerful men in England, and he had done so through sheer determination and an understanding of the art of survival. If this was to be his end, he would fight until the very last breath. In the silence of his cell, he began to formulate a plan, his final gamble. Cromwell had always known that power was fragile. It was never enough to hold it, one had to constantly adapt, to stay ahead of one's rivals, to be flexible in the face of changing circumstances. He had played the game for so long that he knew the rules better than anyone, and he knew that in times like these, survival meant more than loyalty. The loyalties he had once relied upon had shifted, and now, he had to choose between his loyalty to the king and his own survival. At the heart of his final gamble lay his relationship with Henry VIII. The king, despite his volatile temper, was not a man who could easily forget the services Cromwell had rendered him. It was Cromwell who had engineered the break with Rome, secured Henry's marriage to Anne Boleyn, and helped bring about the birth of a male heir. Cromwell had been a crucial architect of Henry's reign, and that was a truth that could not be erased so easily. Cromwell knew Henry's mind better than anyone. He understood that, beneath the king's anger, there was still a deep need for security, for stability, and for the protection of his dynasty. Cromwell's first step in his final gamble was to send word to Henry. He knew that his only hope lay in appealing directly to the king, in reminding him of the bond they had once shared, of the loyalty he had shown, and of the monumental changes he had brought about in the kingdom. Cromwell could not afford to stand idly by and wait for his enemies to close in. He needed to act quickly, and he needed to do so with a sense of urgency that matched the high stakes of his situation. In his letter to Henry, Cromwell carefully balanced his words. He made no excuses for his actions, no attempt to deny the charges against him, but instead framed his entire defense as one of duty to the crown. He acknowledged the tumultuous nature of his reign, but reminded the king of the very foundations they had built together. He told Henry that, although mistakes had been made, his ultimate goal had always been to serve the monarchy and secure its future. He expressed his regret for the animosities that had developed in the court, but emphasized that he had always been motivated by loyalty to Henry's cause and to the nation. It was a desperate plea, and one that could either be his salvation or his undoing. Henry had, in the past, been known to spare men who had served him well, even if their fall from grace seemed inevitable. Would he remember Cromwell's services, or would he see him as expendable, another casualty of the political turbulence that had defined his reign? Cromwell's second move in his final gamble was to appeal to his own supporters, those few remaining men in the court who still recognized his value. His position was precarious, but he knew that even a few influential voices could tip the scales in his favor. These were the men who had worked with him on the Reformation Parliament, who had shared in his vision of a New England. Cromwell reached out to them in private, hoping to secure their loyalty and support, reminding them of the victories they had won together. But these men, too, were wary. Most were too afraid of the king's temper to risk their own lives on Cromwell's survival, but Cromwell knew that time was running out. His enemies were already preparing for the inevitable, the moment when the king would pass judgment on his fate. Norfolk, Gardiner, and the other nobles who had rallied against him were circling like vultures, eager to see the end of the man who had once been the king's right hand. Cromwell could sense the growing hostility in the court, and he understood that the trial had not only been a political contest, it had been a public execution in slow motion. His enemies had used every available weapon against him, and now they were preparing for the final blow. Cromwell's final gamble hinged not only on his ability to influence the king but also on his ability to understand the shifting tides of political power. The court, once a place of calculated moves and strategic alliances, had become a chaotic arena where only the strongest survived. Cromwell knew that if he were to survive this trial, he would need to prove his worth to Henry once more, to show the king that he was still an asset, still a man capable of achieving great things for the crown. The day of judgment arrived with a heavy weight that seemed to hang over the court like a dark cloud. The king had summoned Cromwell to appear before him, and the final decision would be made in the presence of the assembled court. Cromwell entered the room, his face composed but his mind racing. He knew this was the moment that would determine his fate. He had done everything he could to regain Henry's favor. Now it was up to the king to decide whether he would be granted a reprieve or sent to the executioner. The room was filled with tense silence as Henry regarded him. Cromwell could feel the weight of the king's gaze upon him, but he refused to flinch. He had played this game for too long to show any signs of weakness now. Henry's temper had always been unpredictable, but Cromwell knew that beneath that volatile exterior, there was still a man who understood the value of loyalty, even if it had been tested. And then, just as it seemed the final decision was about to be made, a surprising turn occurred. Henry, for reasons known only to himself, hesitated. The king's mood seemed to shift, as if he were torn between the forces pulling him in different directions. Cromwell had bet everything on this moment, and now, all he could do was wait, knowing that his future depended on a single word from Henry. Would the king remember his service, or would he let his anger seal Cromwell's fate? The court held its breath. The die had been cast. The final gamble had been made. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a pale light over the great hall where Thomas Cromwell, once the architect of England's boldest reforms, now stood in the shadow of his own making. The echoes of his footsteps on the cold stone floor seemed to reverberate with the weight of his triumphs and failures. He had once been the most powerful man in England after the king himself, a man whose every word had shaped the future of the kingdom. Yet now, as he walked through the halls of the palace, there was a deep, abiding silence that followed him, one that could not be broken by the din of court gossip or the whispers of his enemies. The last years of his life had been a dizzying ascent and a devastating fall. The Reformation Parliament, his campaign to divorce Henry VIII from Catherine of Aragon, the elevation of Anne Boleyn to the throne, the suppression of the monasteries, these were the feats he had orchestrated, the changes he had enacted in the very fabric of England. But as his ambition had soared, so too had the cost of his success. Cromwell had achieved a great deal, but in the process, he had sacrificed much more than he could have anticipated. For years, he had been the king's right hand, the mastermind behind England's break from Rome, a man of unparalleled political genius. He had pulled the strings of power, navigated treacherous waters, and bent the course of history to his will. Yet, as he sat now in his private chambers, reflecting on the choices that had brought him to this point, it was clear that the price of his triumphs had been far steeper than he had ever realized. Cromwell had lost friends, allies, and family along the way. He had betrayed those closest to him in the name of ambition, using people as pawns in the grand game of court politics, discarding them when they no longer served his purposes. His relationship with his wife, Elizabeth, had been strained by his preoccupation with power. His son, Gregory, who had once been his pride, had grown distant, embittered by the political machinations that consumed his father's life. Even his beloved daughters, who had once looked up to him, had become wary of the man he had become, but it was his relationship with the king that had cost him the most. Henry VIII had been the driving force behind Cromwell's rise, and in turn, Cromwell had given Henry everything: his loyalty, his wisdom, and his ambition. But now, as the years wore on, Cromwell had begun to realize that Henry, in all his grandiosity and tyrannical temperament, was not a man who could ever truly be satisfied. Henry's desires were ever shifting, his whims more erratic with each passing year. The king, who had once trusted Cromwell with everything, now seemed distant and capricious, a man whose volatile nature had left Cromwell vulnerable. Henry's love of grandeur, his obsessive need for a male heir, his constant distrust of those around him, these were forces that Cromwell could never have fully anticipated when Anne Boleyn had fallen from favor, and when Jane Seymour gave Henry the longed-for male heir, Cromwell's position had begun to unravel. His enemies within the court, including Norfolk, Gardiner, and the rising faction around Queen Jane, had seen an opportunity to take him down. Yet Cromwell had not been blind to the shifting allegiances, nor to the treacherous plots woven in the dark corners of the court. The deeper he had entrenched himself in Henry's ambitions, the more isolated he had become. He had built his career on being indispensable to the king, but as history had shown him time and time again, even the most indispensable men could be discarded when the tides turned. The very loyalty that had propelled him to greatness now left him vulnerable, because in his desire to maintain his position, Cromwell had failed to see the fragility of that loyalty. Henry had grown weary of the man who had once been his most trusted servant, and Cromwell now faced the very real threat of falling out of favor, but Cromwell's internal reckoning went beyond politics. He began to see how the relentless pursuit of power had changed him. He had once been a man driven by ideals, a man who believed in a greater cause, in reshaping England for the better. But ambition had clouded his vision, and the compromises he had made along the way, some small, others catastrophic, had slowly eroded the very principles that had once guided him. He had sacrificed his integrity in the name of survival and success. The loyalty he had shown to the king had not been reciprocated, it had been replaced by the cold, hard necessity of maintaining power. The Reformation, once a cause Cromwell had championed with zeal, had become a tangled mess of sectarian strife. The very church he had worked to reshape had fractured, and the people of England, who had once been swept up in his vision of a Protestant kingdom, were now divided and disillusioned. The faith that had driven so many of his decisions, that had justified so many of his actions, had become a weapon, a tool used by those who sought to further their own agendas. Cromwell had thought that breaking with Rome would bring stability, but the result had been a kingdom divided, torn apart by religious and political factions, each with their own vision of what England should be. The personal cost of Cromwell's rise was also reflected in the betrayals that had begun to surface within the court. Men he had once trusted, men he had elevated to positions of power, now saw him as a liability. His political enemies, many of whom he had once manipulated or outwitted, were now closing in for the kill. Norfolk, Gardiner, and others were positioning themselves to take over the influence he had once wielded, and Cromwell's once loyal supporters had turned on him. His alliances, once a source of power, had become a double-edged sword. He had played the game of politics too well, and now the game was turning on him. In his final days, Cromwell had few true friends left. His political brilliance, which had once been unmatched, now felt like a curse. He had no one to turn to, no one to trust, and he could sense the inevitable approach of his downfall. He had seen the rise and fall of so many others, but this time, it was his turn, and yet, even in the face of his impending ruin, Cromwell could not fully regret his choices. He had achieved more than most men could dream. He had reshaped a kingdom, changed the course of history, and brought about a new age. The cost had been great, but it had been a price he was willing to pay. At least, he had thought so, until now. In his final moments of reflection, Cromwell recognized that ambition, for all its promises of greatness, could not protect a man from the consequences of his own choices. He had once believed that success would bring him security, but now, as his life teetered on the edge, he understood that success was often a fleeting thing. Power, once gained, was difficult to hold on to, and loyalty could be easily forgotten. The price of triumph was not just the sacrifices one made to achieve it, it was the toll it took on the soul, the compromises one made along the way, and the inevitable emptiness that followed in the wake of ambition's victory. As he awaited his fate, Cromwell understood that the final price of his ambition had been paid, not in gold or land, but in the loss of everything he had once believed in. The kingdom had been transformed, but at what cost? And now, as he faced the inevitable, Cromwell knew that there was no turning back. The world he had built was crumbling, and with it, the man he had once been. In the end, Cromwell's story would be remembered not only for his triumphs but for the steep price he paid to achieve them. The very ambition that had driven him to greatness would be the cause of his downfall, and the cost of his success would be a bitter lesson for all who followed in his footsteps.